Hello, welcome to the Ghana Agenda. My name is Alfred Amuzu, and today is April 9th, 2022. And today we are tackling a very newsy issue. We are talking about the speech given by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on Wednesday. I think that will be the 7th, right, or the 6th. And he spoke about the economy of Ghana. So we'll be discussing that. Bawumia actually touched on so many different things. Today, you will realize that I started the show a lot earlier, at least 10 minutes earlier than usual. But the reason is simple. The reason is that 2 weeks ago, we heard from the former president of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama in Massachusetts, and he says so many different things. And each time he speaks, I believe there is a response. What we hear from Bawumia, I personally think that the 2024 campaign is in full swing. The 2024 campaign, I believe, is in full swing. That is why we're hearing all these speeches be made. Of course, I heard from Dr. Bawumia, and I've also heard from the former president. But what we are going to do, and the reason I'm starting a lot earlier than usual, is to start the program with some of the things we heard from the former president and how that relates to what we also heard from Dr. Bawumia when he delivered his speech on the economy. So I'm going to start playing videos, some clips, some excerpts from the former president. And then by the time that is over with, I believe I'll be joined with my guest today. I would be joined by my regular panelist again, Paul Disoso. At some point, Paul Disoso wouldn't start from the beginning with us, but he will join us later. We'll also be joined by Efa Mayao. At some point, he's also going to be a bit late because he has a few things that he's working on today that conflicted with this program, but he's going to be on. And then we have Lifetime Legacy, who, of course, is always on time, and I'm expecting him to join, or to be the first to join. I believe I have one thing in common with Dr. Bawumia, which is whenever we both speak, we sweat a lot. You could see him wiping his face the whole time he was talking as well. And that is what happens to me when I speak too. So, yeah, that is just by the way. But again, I'll also be joined by a new person to the show called Kwadwo DC. Kwadwo DC, he lives in the Washington, D.C. area, speaks for the NPP. Very astute, used to be a presenter himself. A host of a political show himself, so we expect him to help us navigate a whole lot of data, which I've printed out, all 129 pages of what Dr. Bawumia discussed in his address. We'll be breaking that down. We will put it in some thematic areas. We wouldn't discuss every aspect of it, but if by all means there are aspects that you're interested in or you have questions about, please feel free to put your questions in the comment section and we'll be happy to read them out. Like I said, last 2 weeks we were in Boston, Whatham, which is in the state of Massachusetts, to witness the encounter with the former president, John Dramani Mahama. He said a whole lot. If you missed that, stay tuned, and I'm bringing that to you right away. So these are some of the things the former president John Dramani Mahama said in that encounter, which I think are relevant to the discussions we're about to have today. Enjoy it.
Today, Ghanaians are crying for John Mahama to come back. And the biggest worry of Ghanaians is that, can we wait And I keep on telling them that if you remember, during our campaign launch in Cape Coast Sports Stadium, I was offered a platform and I said something around that time. And I'll say it in Twi. Say, Amamowe and this is Sanfu na your country. Now, Amamowe dear, so we cannot for a mistake. Now to a back bonnie, now what the man on Mampenny no better as well. We don't want to fiancé for 4 years. Whether you like it or not, you have to wait for the 4 years. So I want to state categorically clear here that we in the NDC, we are Democrats. The 1992 Constitution was conceived and birthed by us. Today, those who are running to the Supreme Court to defend the Constitution, they ran away from the Constituent Assembly, which actually promulgated the 1992 Constitution. Today, they are the people who are running helter-skelter to defend the Constitution which they ran away from. We birthed that Constitution. And for that matter, we will be the last to do anything to undermine that constitutional order. So, we are not interested in coup d'etat. We are interested in using the democratic process of using the thumb of the people to remove Nana Akufo-Addo and incompetent Bawumia from office and form the new government.
Indeed, 2016 was the biggest political scam that Ghana has ever seen. Today, if you play those videos and those sounds back to them, they don't want to hear, you know, and it's good that God has gone digital with posterity. I thought that when I said posterity will be the judge, it was going to take generations and my great-grandchildren will say, oh, your great-grandfather has been vindicated. But like I said, God has gone digital. And so he's serving it fast and hot. You know, but let me just say a little about what's the current situation in Ghana is. And I heard many of you shouting e-levy, e-levy. Yeah, e-levy is topical because it's a new tax that this government is introducing. And our party has been against it. And as you know, we have a hung parliament. We are 137, we are 137. And there's one independent who has opted to do business on their side. So that brings them to 138 in any vote. Unfortunately for them, one of their MPs is absent out of the jurisdiction. And so they've not been able to marshal their numbers. It makes us 137, 137. And that has made it difficult for them to pass it. But what's the reason why we're against the e-levy? It's a regressive tax. And we think that, as the vice president himself said, then he was running mate. He said that he didn't think that mobile money should be taxed. Because, he was vice president when he said it. He said he didn't think that mobile money should be taxed because it's used mostly by the poor and vulnerable people. We had said that we wanted the formal sector to be banked because most of them had no bank accounts. And so mobile money became a very useful way to bring them into the banking system. And so most of them have mobile wallets, and they either transfer money with their mobile wallets or they use it to pay for goods and services. And what is happening is government wants to impose a tax of 1.7, now 1.5. First it was 1.75, but they say they've reduced it by 0.25. So they want to impose a tax of 1.5 on it. Now what it means is that if you have your account and you go with your check to your account and you take money out of it and you take the cash and you go to any supermarket and buy anything, you don't pay any tax. But then if somebody takes his mobile phone and goes and pays for anything like you in the supermarket, apart from the normal taxes that we all pay, value-added tax and things, you pay an extra 1.75, and the thing is, the tax is multiple, because if my employer puts my salary in my mobile wallet, let's assume 1,000 Ghana cedis, for just as an example, 1,000 Ghana cedis. Anytime I spend above 100 cedis, I'll pay 1.75. If I send money to my mother, I'll pay 1.75. If I send money to my child in school, I'll pay 1.75. Any electronic transaction I do above 100 cedis, I'll pay 1.75. But if I have an account and I go and draw my 1,000 cedis, I'm good to go. If I spend it on anything, I don't pay 1.75. So it's like a tax on tax. Because you paid me my salary, you've taken out the tax already, and yet anytime I spend that same salary, using it electronically, you tax me. And so it's a regressive tax, and that's why we are against it. And we've all been fighting for a cashless society so that people don't carry cash around. Now, if you introduce this tax, it will encourage people to carry cash around. So it's stuck. And what they've tried to do is to injunct our member for Asin North. They're trying to get the court to place an injunction on him not to carry himself as a member of parliament, so that will reduce us to 136. Now, unfortunately for them, one of their MPs is also ill and has been in hospital for quite some time, and so depends. If his condition does not make it possible for him to come to parliament, then it means that we'll be 136 again. So we don't know exactly what is going to happen, but they are making all efforts. I mean, they went to the same Supreme Court and went and got a verdict that says that deputy speakers presiding can have a right to vote. It's the most absurd decision. And it was 7-0 again, unanimous. Yeah, and I don't think that the judges understand the convention in Parliament. In most motions we carry in Parliament, the first vote is a voice vote. And so the Speaker puts the question, as many as are in favor say aye, and as many as are against say no. So when he says as many as are in favor say aye, let's assume that he comes from that party. It means that he must take part in the voice vote. So I'm presiding, and then I put the question, as many as are in favor say aye, then I shout aye with my party. As many as are in favor against say no, then I listen to the no's. How can you give an impartial verdict? It's like a referee in your own match, referee and player at the same time. But there are many other things that will create a problem, and already we're beginning to see it with the quorum issues and all that. They say Parliament is a master of its own procedures, and so they have bent the rules sometimes, or they've done some things to allow business to flow. But now if you say it's rigid and this is unconstitutional, this is that, then if we all decide to follow the Constitution, it will slow down the work of Parliament. It will make it more difficult for government business to go forward. So that's the thing about the e-levy. But he was saying the banking sector clean-out has led to massive unemployment. Tens of thousands of people who work for those banks have lost their jobs. And it was avoidable. Before we left office, we knew that some banks were having problems, but we realized the catastrophic effect it will have if we close them down. And so we were, through a reform process, managing to be able to strengthen them so that they could stand on their feet again. Now these guys come and they say no. The first thing they do is they say you must increase your capital to 400 million cedis. It was 80 million. You must increase it to 400 million. This is a time frame. If you're not able to raise 400 million, we'll shut you down. And already, you say if they're not able to raise it to 400 million, you shut them down, and you keep reminding them. And so the public say, but if my money is in this bank and they haven't been able to raise 400 million, then I better go and take my money out before they shut them down. And so then it begins a run on the banks, and it makes their liquidity position worse. Apart from that, for most of those banks, those were the indigenous banks owned by Ghanaians. Because when we came into office, before, most of the banks were foreign-owned banks and Nigerian banks. And so we came out with a deliberate policy to encourage some Ghanaians to also open banks. And that's how come UT Bank, Unibank, and all of them were formed. And these were the banks that were lending to the small and medium enterprise sector because they understood the sector and they could go and retrieve their monies. And so it's more risky lending to the SMEs than to the big companies. And so these were the banks that were taking the risk. So naturally, they would have a worse liquidity position than the other banks that lend only to government, to the big companies like Unilever and all the others. And so you can understand that they would have a worse liquidity position than those other banks. And so what you needed to do was to do what England did. If you remember the issue with Lloyds Bank, when the world recession took place, the financial crisis, Lloyds Bank was in trouble and it was about to collapse. What did the authorities in UK do? They pumped money into Lloyds Bank and took equity in Lloyds Bank. Today, as I speak, Lloyds Bank has paid back that money with interest and gotten their equity back. Now, if that was the approach that was taken with these indigenous banks, government would have spent about 9 billion stabilizing them. Instead, they shut them down. And because they guaranteed deposits, meant that they'll pay everybody's deposit to him, government ended up taking a debt of almost 25 billion cedis. I mean, who does business like that? Instead of 9 billion, to save those people who were working there and not dislocate employment, instead of 9 billion to make sure that indigenous people who own their banks continue to do business, you go and shut down the banks and put a liability of 22 billion on your books. That was the first major mistake they made. And so it was an unnecessary liability. Now what he started doing was, instead of adding it to the deficit, he put it as a footnote. So anytime he presents the budget, he doesn't add the 22 billion, but it's a liability for government. You by all means be confronted with it. You by all means pay it. And so you must put it so that you see the true deficit number. I accused the finance minister several times that he's doing creative accounting because there are some huge liability numbers that he will never add to the budget. He puts them as appendices. But when you add them to the budget, he says, oh, I have a 4.5% deficit. When you add them to the budget, you find that he's closer to 7.58% budget deficit. So there has always been a hole in the budget. So if they tell you that it's COVID and Ukraine that has brought us to this situation, it is a bloody lie. The hole was, one, the banking sector clean out, the cost of it, and then two, the energy sector liabilities. They owe the generating companies about $1.5 billion or so. And he always puts them as footnotes. So there's always been a hole there. And eventually, it will catch up with you. And so it caught up with him when COVID came. And then they blamed COVID for it. The World Bank director himself said that there were challenges with the economy already before COVID came. The fundamentals were already shaking before. So you can do all the propaganda you want with the fundamentals. COVID will expose you. And that's exactly what happened. But for me, the sad thing is about our children. Mortgaging the future of our children. we passed a levy called the Energy Sector Levy Act. ESLA is called. These guys insulted us to high heaven and said we were the most, insensitive government in the history of Ghana. And the ESLA was supposed to be for 5 years, and it was supposed to pay down the energy sector debt. And they said as soon as they come into office, ESLA is one of the first taxes they're going to take off, and that they're moving from taxation to production, from taxation to production. And so they came, and lo and behold, they didn't remove ESLA. But beyond not removing ESLA, they went ahead and created what we call ESLA PLC. It's like a company, and they assigned all the proceeds of ESLA to that company. And then they used that company, ESLA PLC, to float a bond. And so ESLA cannot be taken out of our petroleum price buildup until 2035. Until 2035, ESLA cannot be taken out of our petroleum price buildup because they've taken that money and they've spent it. And so they'll go out of office. Future governments will come and have to continue to collect ESLA to pay for that. But not only that, Get Fund, you must have heard that the mortgage Get Fund too. The mortgage Get Fund for 15 years. And so the proceeds of Get Fund, I think about 60% have been mortgaged for 15 years. And so the 40% left is not enough to pay the contractors who are doing all the jobs in your former schools. For those of you who went to school in Ghana, you know that we use the Get Fund to build dormitory blocks, dining halls, and things. And so that's how come they're unable to pay those contractors, because 60% of that fund has been mortgaged for the next 15 years. They've taken the money and spent it, and so that is what they are thinking of. Minister came and said, no, it's not true. We're not going to collateralize it. But anytime they do that, they mortgage the future of our children. I mean, if you mortgage something to 2035, maybe several of those people who have done the mortgage will not be there. It is you, the younger ones, and our children who will have to come and pay, those monies. That is what this government has done. The Forex is tumbling. And I remember if the fundamentals are weak, the foreign exchange will expose you. But in this circumstance, they say, no, the fundamentals are not weak. And they are behaving like, a ship that is sinking. You are in a ship that is sinking, and there are ships passing by, and they are seeing that, this ship is in trouble. And they ask you, are you in trouble? You say, no, the ship is okay. The economy is crashing. And you say, no, the economy is robust. It's robust when you don't have the liquidity for anything. So now it comes to the issue of review. The meaning of the word review. I said that I can talk about so many other things, but corruption is one of the issues. The president mentioned his nicknames one time, but he forgot to add the fact that they call him clearing agent, because when anybody in his government has done something, he himself just clears them and says there's been no crime committed. And I'll just give you one example. This Norway embassy, the government had taken a decision to open an embassy in Norway. Somebody had information about the decision. And so the person goes and buys a property for about $3 million. And that's before the announcement is made known. And then eventually, the ministry is looking for a house. And how somehow coincidentally, this house that was bought a year ago for $3 million, they go for that same house. And this time the house is selling for $12 million. And all the confusion that took place afterwards, But I mean, and then when the president was asked, he said, "Oh, they've looked into it. There's no wrongdoing, and that no money was paid." So, but there was an intent, to pay that money if a Black man and Co had not caught on to it, that money would have gone into some private pockets. But there are many other such cases. A minister says he was confused. And so he went and paid some money for vaccines without procurement, absolutely nothing. Look at this Frontier Health Services. When you're going back to your own country, you have to go and pay $50, at the airport. 150. If you hold a foreign passport, 150. But if you hold a Ghanaian passport, it's 50. And the thing is, the airport company has its power cut off because it owes electricity company 49 million cedis. 49 million cedis. Since this COVID testing was done, the company involved has made almost $100 million. $100 million. Even if you take out how much they've paid to Ghana Airport Company, it's supposed to be some $9 million odd dollars. And then if they pay taxes or something, a private company is walking away with not less than $50-something million. And could you, even if you wanted to do that, could you not have given it to a Ghanaian company or given it to Noguchi or somebody to do? You go give it to a company registered in Cayman Islands, and God knows who the directors on the Cayman Island side are, And so definitely there will be some people hiding behind the Cayman Islands, to collect their share of that money. These are some of the things that are going on. Yeah, thank you very much. As you said, time is fast spent, so I'll be very brief with this one. Since how do you guarantee that you don't repeat the mistakes of the past? And especially the part on employment generation, the big push, we have it all there. We also suggest to change the structure of our economy. Until we change the structure of our economy, we will continue to have, unemployment. And that is because you can't have an economy that takes all the value addition of everything that nature has imbued you with outside the country. And so you take your gold to Dubai and India for refining and to Switzerland. If you refine that same gold, immediately the value of the gold shoots up by how many percent? You buy it at bush value, they take it and refine it, and they sell it at $2,000 an ounce and make more value from the gold than you made. Cocoa, we've been talking about cocoa processing for how many years? And yet, still, I don't think we do in excess of 35% local processing. And even if we do 35 local processing, all the major big cocoa processing factories are foreign owned. When we can encourage some of our people, there are a few Ghanaians who have gone in, like Plots, the lady in Takrade, and another one in Tema, Niche Cocoa. They also have done well. That's what government should do. Government should encourage Ghanaians and support Ghanaians to invest. Because let me tell you something, we use GDP all the time to show how big our economy is. But what is more important is not the GDP, it's the GNP. That is the gross national product. The gross national product is the share of the GDP that is generated by Ghanaians. And as I speak, our share of our total gross domestic product is not up to 50%. Because most of the most valuable companies in Ghana, from telecommunications to mining to construction and all that, are foreign owned. And one of the things that makes the CD sink is that from March, April, May, they start repatriating their profits. Once they pay their taxes, they ask for dollars to repatriate their profits. And so until we change those structures, we're going to have this unemployment problem following us. And so in the manifesto, we talk about these issues, changing the structure, but then also encouraging our people to be entrepreneurial. Most of our children coming out of university and schools are looking for somebody to employ them. But I mean, now in most parts of the world, young people are coming out with a certain entrepreneurial training. And so when they come out, they want to establish their own businesses and rather become employers rather than employees. And so how we can encourage our children to do that will be fine. Aside from that, adapting the school curricula. When we're in office, Nana Jenopokwa did something very significant. She called business, businessmen, Unilever, Goldfields, all the businesses, small and medium enterprises, all of them. And then asked them, what kinds of skills are you looking for? They were on one side. Then she called academia, all the vice chancellors of the universities, the polytechnics, all of them on another side. And asked, what kind of skills are you looking for? And this one says, so I want very qualified accountants. This one says, so I want sharp, business management people. This one says, so I want civil engineers. I want, structural engineers. I want mechanical engineers. This one says, so I want technicians. Then you move to the academic side and ask, what are the training that you are giving to our young people? And you find that most of what the skills that they mentioned they wanted most were not the same skills that were coming out in the right proportions from academia. Most were doing humanities, marketing, and all those kinds of soft courses. Somebody said dondology. You see? So dondology too is useful. The point I'm making is, it doesn't mean that those courses are not useful, but if the majority of our people are doing courses that cannot find them places in the field of work, then you have an unemployment problem that actually is structural. Not because there are no jobs, but because the training that you're giving does not fit the demand for jobs. And it was a very useful conference. The report was written. And so when we did the technical universities, we said, look, we're not going to let you go down the road of the public universities. We're not going to let you start doing humanities and things. You must stick to your science and technology and skills courses. Yeah. So we need to look at that too. The one on the Constitution, and it's vesting a lot of power in the hands of the president. As you're aware, when President Mills came into office, it was one of his campaign promises. And so when he came into office, he started the process of a constitutional review. And so a constitutional review committee was set up, and they did a very thorough job. They looked at most of the clauses in the Constitution, and they recommended, review of some of them. Article 71, and many of those clauses were put up for review. Election of district chief executives and all that. Then we set up the Constitutional Implementation Committee. There were two different committees, the Review Committee and then the Constitutional Review Implementation Committee. And at the same time, the Attorney General came out with a white paper. It was blocked by our colleagues on the other side. And that's why we were not able to do it before we left office. But like I said, like you said, there's an imperative need for us to look at that constitution again. It served us for 30 years. And there are some things that we need to tweak so that it becomes a living constitution and is able to serve us for another 30 years. So it will be firmly on the agenda. Indeed, it's in our manifesto that we will complete the process of the Constitution, the review of the 1992 Constitution. It's one of our manifesto pledges that we have made, and so we're determined to carry it out. When you come, will you fix the damage, or you focus on your own program? You have to do both. I mean, if they've damaged your educational system, you cannot ignore it, you must fix it. Right now, there are so many problems with free SHS. They themselves say they want to review it. But one of the unfortunate things it's doing is leading to a drop in quality. Yeah. Today, some of those free SHS graduates are arriving in university, and one university lecturer, I don't know if you've been following, one of them in exercise preparation said, how can you get an A1 in mathematics and you can't even work percentages? Yeah, he was exasperated, you know. And the problem is that we were trying to strengthen the foundation, because if you get the foundation right, then it makes it easy for the child to continue through the rest of school. And that's why we started to pump a lot of investment into the basic level, providing them with textbooks. It's under my administration that the children got all their 4 core textbooks. Every child in Ghana had his 4 core textbooks. This government has come and changed the curriculum, and yet they cannot give textbooks. They haven't printed textbooks since they changed the curriculum. So the children don't have textbooks to even learn the new curriculum, you know. And what we call the, what do you call it? The one we give to the basic schools. Yes, sir. We give them a certain subsidy. The captation grant. The captation grant is an arrears for a whole year. And so it means that no money has gone to the basic level, to the headmasters to even run the schools the way they should be run. And instead, we've spent $7.7 billion cedis on secondary education alone. They've changed secondary of the free SHS now. They tell the teachers to just send them factory, whether it's defective or not. You let it go, let it go. So they just go through like that, you know. So if there are areas that need to be fixed, we'll fix them. We need to look at the healthcare system. We're building a lot of hospitals across the country. When they came, they abandoned them. So Kumawu, Abetifi, Formina, Afari Military Hospital, all those hospitals have been abandoned. And so we need to come and take them and complete them. The community day schools we're building the community day schools because we knew free SHS was coming and that it was going to increase the number of children who were coming into school. And so you needed to build additional secondary schools. So we said, let's build 200 new secondary schools across. And there'll be community day schools so that the children can easily go to school and back, so that we won't have pressure on the existing schools. When they came, abandoned the schools, some of them have been completed. They've refused to put children in them. And so they started the free SHS. And of course, as we anticipated, the numbers increased. And so the children all come to school and they have nowhere to sleep. They have no dining halls. The lecture rooms are not enough, you know, for the children and all that. And so on hindsight, they themselves saw the problem they had created. And that's why they came with the...
All right, welcome back to the Ghana Agenda. My name is Alfred Amuzu. We played the former president's speech that he gave in Boston to kind of create context for our discussion today. Today we are discussing the speech given by the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he talked about several different things. He actually, in fact, seek to answer 11 questions, or he set 11 questions for himself that he seek to answer. And I'm going to go through those questions, but for our purposes, we are going to kind of summarize those questions into 5 thematic areas for our discussions. The questions the Vice President asks is, what has happened to the economic fundamentals? What are the prices of goods and services It says, why are the prices of goods and services increasing so far? He also said, why has the cedi depreciated fast this year? Why has the fiscal deficit and debt increased so much? What projects and programs does government have to show for the higher debt stock? In other words, we always accuse him, and you could have also hear the president that the former president saying they've taken all these loans, but they don't have much to show for it. You hear that a lot. So one of the questions he seeks to answer is, what projects and programs does government have to show for the higher debt stock? And they've listed so many different projects in the speech, which is about 129 pages, of which I've printed, and I've printed the whole 129. And if time permits today, we are going to go into the details and analyze each and every aspect, every page that is relevant for you. So please, if you have comments on any specific things that you want us to talk about, please put it in the comment section and we will read that out as the program continues. The sixth question he seeks to answer was, are the government flagship programs like free SHS the cause of our current economic challenges? I can tell you, hell no. But we would actually get the answers from his own presentations. We have videos to show for that. And then also, how about the promises to move the economy from focus on taxation to focus on production? Question 8, he asks, where is the new economy you promised to build? In other words, the integrated bauxite, all the new beautiful things that the MPP coming into power promising their manifesto to the Ghanaians. In question 9, he asks, how has government tackled corruption? How has government tackled corruption? You can hear the former president discussing some instances of corruption and how he sees from his perspective. We would interrogate what the vice president has to say on each of those issues. He also asks, question 10, what has the government done to relieve the suffering of Ghanaians? What has the government done to relieve the suffering of the Ghanaians? The electricity bills they paid during the COVID time, the water bills, has that in fact impacted or relieved the Ghanaian of the suffering? Who asks that same question as asked by the vice president, and try to interrogate the answers he's provided to see if we are satisfied. If you are satisfied, let us know in the comment section. But essentially, I'll be presenting this to my guests who will be joining me shortly. I can see some of them already in the green room. The last question that the vice president asked is, how is the government solving the current economic challenges, which is what I believe is on all our minds. Currently, the things, the issues, the fundamentals have turned out to be very tough. And we all want to know, what is the government doing currently to resolve our problems, to resolve the economic issues? We know we have the economic messiah, as my friend Paul would like to say, the economic man liar. But what does that even mean? Why do we think our vice president, when he delivers speeches like this, that he may say things that perhaps are not truthful, or if truthful to you is a very strong word, he may say things that perhaps are not accurate? And we are going to reveal and question and try to answer in this discussion some of those issues that may emerge to not necessarily be an accurate depiction of the truth. In the meantime, I'm going to take a quick commercial break, and then I'll bring my guests in. I can see Afa Amayao of the MPP already waiting in studio to discuss this topic that we've tabled for the day. I would also be joined by Paul Diso. So we have a new member who will be joining us today, Kojo DC from the MPP. Very well-spoken gentleman. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. But in the meantime, let me take a quick break. But on that break, I'm going to play you a video from the president himself when he was interviewed by BBC's reporter. Let's take a look at that. We'll be back.
Look at the Ghanaian economy at the moment. It's doing. I mean, let's just be honest. It's doing terribly.
Not terribly.
Well, inflation in your country, inflation in Ghana.
I don't know the economy in the world that's doing well. Tell me where you are here.
Inflation in Ghana.
The highest inflation.
Well, 15.7%. The Ghanaian cedi has fallen 20% on the dollar, the worst after Russia, which has a lot of sanctions against it.
It's began to firm up. It has begun to firm up. We're seeing the cedi systematically appreciating against the dollar.
People still can't employ. I was just reading today. People in the hospitality industry that you're pushing so hard. Having to lay their staff off. We've got taxi driver unions threatening strikes because of spiraling fuel costs. I mean, it doesn't look like a place that I want to go and put my money.
Where will you put your money in the world today? Where will you put your money? In Britain, which is suffering the worst standard of living statistics for over 30 years? Is it? Oh, I think let's situate ourselves correctly. The world is going through very difficult times. Ghana is no exception. Nigeria is no exception. There's no country in the world that is escaping the ravages of both COVID-19 and also the impact of the Ukraine. But what you need to look at are where are the elements being put on the ground that look beyond the COVID and beyond the Russian-Ukraine war. And I think and it is that future that we're looking at when we're attracting people.
All right, there you heard it. You heard the president also discuss inflation. So, Effa, welcome to the show. I don't know if you can hear me. If you can hear me, make a sound so I can know that you're on the show. Can you hear me, Effa? All right. Effa is in the studio.
Loud and clear, I can hear you.
Loud and clear. Effa, I need you to show your face because people need to see you today. Today is a very important topic. And we need to put a face to the name so that when you get to the airport, the IGP can
I will
pick you up.
definitely do that. Give me some few minutes, else you will see what you don't want to see.
All right, thank you so much.
I'll definitely show my face. Just give me a few minutes, yeah.
Thank you so much. So the president asked a couple of questions. He asked, where would the journalists asking him questions put his money? Would he be in the UK? So let's actually interrogate that as a first thing. In Bawumia's presentation, he actually talked about inflation, and here is the numbers he provided. Currently, the U.S. Inflation in the United States is 7.9. It used to be 1.81 before COVID, and he's saying that has grown 4 times what it was. In UK, inflation was 1.7. It is now 6.2. It has grown 3.4 times. He's saying Nigeria's inflation was 11.4%. Now it's 15.7%, which means it has grown 1.3 times. Cote d'Ivoire had a 0.81% of their GDP. It is now 4.6% inflation. Ghana's inflation was 7.9. Prior to COVID, it is now 15.7%, 1.98. Now, in looking at all this, I concentrated really on where our inflation is now. In fact, inflation in your country determines interest rate. It determines so much. Whether you can borrow money at a cost that is reasonable to you, doing business, in the ease of doing business. Of course, you require capital to do business, etc., etc. Inflation at 15.7% just tells you that is where even the determination of interest rate begin. That's where we start to even think of what risk we are going to add to the inflation in order to determine what your interest rate is. So it could be necessarily that other countries like Cote d'Ivoire have seen almost 4 times where they were before COVID. Nigeria has seen 15 times where they were before COVID or in 2019. Matter of fact, Nigeria has seen 1.3 times where they were before COVID. But our inflation rate is really, really high. would you put your money in Ghana today? That's the question I have for you. That was the question the president asked the journalist. Where would he put his money? Would it be in the UK? If you had the choice to put your money in the UK and Ghana, where would you put your money?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Amuzu. And thank you for the opportunity offered for us to come and offer our views on what the president said and also what Bawumia said,
right?
And other topics. Yes, it is a very important question to ask. Where would you put your money in Ghana today? And the answer to that is not straightforward, right? So when it comes to investment, right? Businessmen, investors will look at a lot of factors. You know, that determines if they should go to Ghana or no, if they should go to Africa. When they get to Africa, if they should go to Nigeria, Ghana, or blah blah blah, whatever. You know, so a lot of things determine that. Now, as we're talking about inflation right now here, we cannot discuss this topic without talking about the global effect, right? And inflation is nothing but prices of goods and stuff like that and services that we have in the country. Now, we are in a situation where, you see, all the countries that you mentioned, they are all seeing upward adjustment of their inflation before all these crises and stuff like that. So what the president was basically trying to say is that, you see, everybody is having a hit from this COVID. And then that has even been compounded by the war in Ukraine. Take it or leave it. Somebody say 6 weeks ago, it really doesn't matter. So the supply chain has been affected, and you know, we got to do with what we have in the meantime. So it was an appropriate answer to the question, you know, that the guy asked, and to me, the president gave an answer within the confines of global effect and where we find ourselves as a country. Now, you realize that because inflation and other things have gone up, the Bank of Ghana has also increased the policy rate, which would also, you know, impact.
Right, but on this program, we've been advocating for the Bank of Ghana to increase the policy rate for the longest because we saw the signals from Europe when Europe started around September timeframe to increase their policy rate. That's where things are going. A lot of countries have pumped a lot of money during the COVID period. And when you pump such a lot of money into the system, there's going to be a lot of money circulating around. So there will be a supply side inflation. Right. Therefore, it is important to siphon that money out of the system. And the way to do it is to increase the policy rate. But the Bank of Ghana kept the policy rate at 13.5 or 14.5% for the longest without changing it. And people thought that was political and it wasn't necessarily a monetary decisions being made there.
Right. Yeah, you know how these things work, right? First is broad consultation. And when you meet, you know, when intellectuals meet, there's a whole lot of stuff that come out and then a decision have to be made. Now, one of the things that we also have to ask ourselves is not just to toe the line, but see our peculiar situation and see, is there a way we can keep it at this time for, you know, a few days to see, or few weeks, few months to see how the situation goes and see if there will be an improvement. So a lot of things come in as far as, you know, taking a decision of increasing or decreasing and all that thing is concerned. And, you know, political effect, social effect, whatever, all these things. So it is not just to follow the trend or just, you know, catch up on whatever, but, you know, there is a lot of broad consultation. And at that point, I mean, the Bank of Ghana did not see the need to do that. We may say maybe government had a hand in it, whatever it is, but, you know, if we are in a country and a certain decision will also affect government somehow, like the need for them to also come in and advise and say, in our view, this is not a time, or that let's wait a little bit or whatever, you know, all towards making sure that we see our peculiar situation and not just following the wind, you know.
Okay, I do have a lot of videos that we are going to listen to from the vice presidents and react to the things we hear. But before we do so, I also want to bring the rest of our panelists into the show. Welcome to the show, Mr. Kojo DC. It's your first time joining the show. We are happy that you are able to make the time for us today. I know I just heard from a farmer who speaks for the MPP, but I'm also interested in taking your view at the same time before I switch to the opposition, because, of course, we started a program listening to Mahama for this whole time. So I'm sure the NDC would agree with me that Mahama has laid out a whole lot of the argument I expect to hear from them today. So if you don't mind, introduce yourself to the show. But importantly, the president says inflation is everywhere. There are problems happening all around the world. Life is even getting hard in Britain. Would you put your money in Britain or in Ghana, where he believed that the fundamentals are being laid for an economic takeoff?
Thank you, Ambuzu. And greetings to your listeners and the panel members, especially my able deputy communication director, Kakape, that I really love to call him, but I know it's a father you everybody want to hear on this program. First of all, before I even go to inflation and all of that, let me just start where the former president, His Excellency the former president, said about e-levy and some. What I didn't hear from whatever.
No, we're gonna get to e-levy, so I don't want you to.
No, you are asking what you played. That was what I listened to. So.
You mean the former president? Okay, you can address that. But the way I want to do this is that Bawumia is also going to talk a bit about e-levy as part of the revenue measures that you're introducing, and I want us to take e-levy when we get to that point.
So we cannot
and then you can bring in what you hear from the former president at that time. But if you want to make quick comments on that, sure.
No, that's fine. If you're the host, I'll just go by what you said. So I'll listen to that. So you are asking me, would I invest in London or invest in Ghana? As a Ghanaian and as a Pan-African, I think I will invest in my country.
As a businessman who wants the best return for your investments, not as a Ghanaian, because if as a Ghanaian, of course, you have patriotism to your country, you are more, I'm sure, likely to invest in Ghana compared to UK. But if you are just a businessman who is investing Donald Trump's money, where would you put it today?
You see, it depends on what kind of business you're investing in, first of all, right? There are some businesses you would like to invest in the UK. There are some investments that you like to invest in Ghana. It depends on what you put on your portfolio at the end of the day. So as a businessman, you look at all advantages and disadvantages and determine, is that the right place to put my money? Is that where my money will worth me every cent that I put my money in? That is very important. But let's come to what you said. I will invest in my money in my country. The reason is fine. You see, it's not only that my currency is down, but you see the stability of the country. That counts a lot. The people that are in the country, the kind of resources and how the business community over there could be engaged. Some people, like for instance, take Nigeria. It's a big country, right? But why do people invest in Ghana? A lot of big companies come to Ghana for a reason. It's not just because of maybe we have this or that, but the stability of the country counts a lot, especially in the West African countries. So that's the reason.
Are you talking about the political stability?
Of course. That's the most important. Would you go invest in somewhere that's a one-ton area? I don't think you do that.
Well, I think,
unless you're dealing
you want the best return for your investment, right? So, like you said, there could be several different reasons for people investing in specific places. And you are, in your decision, counting political stability as a big factor.
Yeah, because it's the stablest way of doing things. It's the most important thing. If you have stability, you don't invest like you do your 401k. You don't do your 401k and just cash up the next month, do you? You do that for the longer time, the longer period. So,
but this is an economy where you could see all the investors are actually running away. They are taking. Well, we'll get to that, which is an admission that the vice president himself made.
Let me just flow a little bit. So this is the situation. The world economy is that even here in America, yesterday the Bank of America came out that we are heading towards a recession.
A recession, yes.
Yes. Am I lying? I'm not, right?
No, you're not.
Fed the former Fed, Larry Summers, just came out the way we see inflation and everything else. I'm a businessman. I'm in the transportation business, right? Most of the time, let me just put myself into this. Most of the time, when you see goods and supply are not being transported, for the last month to date, transportation has lost almost 7%. There are no goods moving around. And
Right.
that means what? Inflation, right? It's
There'll be
coming up.
shortages
And it's hot.
soon.
Shortage assumes you go to your market, me and you, if you buy bread, now you buy bread like last month, it's increased this month. So the effect is all over the world. It's not like just Ghana. The reason why we see the biggest effect is that, for instance, we have
The
to
effect
change
of
our money
what?
to buy the effect of the hardship. I want to be straight with you. I'm not going to be here and defend you and tell you, oh, Ghana is good.
I mean,
Everything is
hardship
fine.
is
Ghana,
very broad. I mean, you could just say the hardship has to be
of,
caused by something. So I was hoping that you say the
of
effect
course,
of perhaps the Ukrainian war or the effect of COVID. Which effect are you referring to is being felt by the world all over?
what were we talking about? We are talking about the Ghana being hard. Is that not what you're talking about? You
I'm
you
just
want me
saying
to say
that the
what
president says.
you want me to say? It's not what you want me to say. You have to also you spoke your mind. This is how
No,
you
I mean,
want
I'm
to
just
put your
asking you a
sentences. That's
question.
fine.
I'm only asking you a question. You say because of the cost of the
Goods and
hardship being felt
services.
by everybody else in the
Yeah,
world, and I'm
goods and
saying,
services.
what hardship? What is the cause
What
of that hardship? So you can pin
it's
it down to something. This all falls within the same conversation, the conversation we're about to have today, because we are recognize there is hardship. Your vice president recognizes there's hardship. Your president recognizes there's hardship. Even the former president recognizes there's hardship. But everybody is pointing their finger in different directions. So I, as the host, I'm trying to get you to tell me where you're pointing your finger as you mentioned causes, because causes can be in a vacuum. You want to actually attach them or tag them with, the
So
underlying
we'll start from the COVID-19 that started in early, let's say 2020.
Okay.
We know how devastated it has been. It stops everything in terms of movement for close to a year. Then everything started to pick up in 2021. And then there's other disruption also. Remember, even gases that we were buying came so low. Some of us here in America were buying gas like $1.70 something a cent.
What
When the
state is that?
pandemic started. Virginia. I live in Virginia. No, I'm not talking about now. When the pandemic started in 2020. You
You're
remember
buying gas
everything
for
was shut down.
$1
And 68 cents. Yes.
per gallon or
I'm
per
telling you.
liter?
$1. That's if you go to there, whatever you see on there, that's like you're buying $4 a cent now, or average $5, the same thing that we're buying. If I was lying, even OPEC were not even producing anymore. Government of America bought people, they were paying companies to store crude oil, if I was lying. Then everything started dying down. Then people start coming back. Production was cut. Virtually everything that was produced was cut down. So when people start coming back into businesses, everything started increasing gradually. Then the supply cannot accommodate the demands that everybody was looking for. That came out when things started rising up. Prices went shooting up. And then let's say a month and few days, Ukraine thing came to over. So that's what have compounded all this hardship that I am talking about. But you can say, oh, Ghana is different. Yes, I understand. But these days, it's a global world. Whatever happens in Ghana happens in somewhere else.
Okay, so whatever happens in Ghana happens somewhere else, right? The president was shown these numbers. He was quoted to an inflation rate is one of the things the journalist actually of the BBC pointed out, that Ghana's inflation rate is 15.7%. Reason being, inflation is a determinant of price. All right, it's going to be based on what most prices are determined. Now, if Nigeria, who also had an inflation before, way higher than ours, if you look at 2019, before COVID, Nigerians' inflation was 11.4. Ours was 7.9. All of a sudden, we in Nigeria jumped to 15.7. Our jump is way higher than Nigeria. What is the neighbor that we are happy to beat in a jollof context? isn't Nigeria also impacted by COVID?
Yes,
If
of course.
if they were supposed to be also grow, why is it that their inflation didn't jump as high as ours?
You see, one thing here,
Oh, okay. I think I lost him.
inflation will be
Are you there?
determined
Okay,
in
go
every
ahead.
country. For instance, take one US, for instance. It was 1.8, right? It's now 7.9, right?
Right.
It's the biggest economy in the world. It's how many, like 5 times that of when they had it in 2019? Ours is double, which is for 7.9 to 15.7. That is
Okay.
double of that. It's higher. Have you taken into consideration the size of the economy of Nigeria or some factors that they will be able to have to absorb this inflation rises that we have? Yes, we are up. Nobody is denying that. That's a small country. What is our GDP compared to Nigeria's GDP? What is our GDP compared to the UK and the US? Have you put in all those factors? We can do propaganda and just say everything that we want. At the end of the day, the reality is what we have. Because, like you said, I shouldn't bring in the former president into this, but he said something that was very fundamentally right. Our economy, which we all have always been talking about. So, the economy, the structure of the economy. The structure of the economy is bad from onset, from day one, from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's days. Why? Because everything that we have, all the commodities, the cocoa, the gold, the diamond, everything we do is just import them,
The
export them, and
value
then get
added
them. We don't
is
do
actually
anything.
done outside
So
of the country.
if we don't change that, then it doesn't matter which government comes into power. We are going to exercise this thing over and over and over. So yes, I agree with the former president that we have to change the fundamentals of this economy that we have. Without doing that, this is what we are going to stay here, and we pundits will be coming here and talk.
So if you're a betting man, you're
Whoever
gonna bet
government
on
is
Ghana
bad,
with your money, right?
whoever government is bad. But the fundamentals are the most solution that we have to have as a country to change it, so we can produce so many things that, for instance, toothpick, for instance. How do we have to import toothpick into our country? There's bamboos everywhere in my area, in Achim area, where we can use it, right? So unless we change all those things, we just come back and said, since you were born, I don't know how many years you are, but have you ever had any day on time where any price of anything in Ghana has been reduced? Have you ever? Or
Right.
any
So
other
we're
way?
gonna
Have you ever
interrogate.
had
We're gonna interrogate that aspect, and I'm glad that you were able to find some common ground with the former president.
I can't hear you.
As far as
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, I
cannot
think
hear
my
anything
microphone
now.
was
Now
off
we
there
can
for
hear
a
you.
minute. I think my microphone was off for a minute. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you clearly, very, very clear.
Okay, so I am glad that you actually have some common ground with the former president as far as the nature of our economy is concerned and the needed work or the work we need to do to change that. This time, I want to bring in Paul Disosu to also contribute on the issues. I think I may have lost Kojo. But Kojo, when you, if you can hear me, please reach. Okay, here he goes. He joins back.
Yeah, I couldn't hear whatever you were asking me. I couldn't hear anything.
My mic had gone off briefly. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm saying that I'm glad that you found some common ground with the former presidents as far as the structural issues with our economic is concerned. Let me bring in Paul Disosu in this case. Paul Disosu, the president of the Republic, when he was talking to the BBC journalists, I think Okoche, or so they call him.
Peter Okoche.
Peter Okoche.
Yes.
He made it clear that things are hard everywhere, including the United Kingdom. He asked specifically whether Peter would rather invest his money in the UK or in Ghana. I know we are all Ghanaians, we are patriotic, but I want to ask you, if you have to choose where you place your bets today, your money today, would it be going to Ghana? If it is not going to Ghana, why so?
Thank you very much, Mr. Amuzu, for this question. And I just want to take this beautiful raining afternoon over here to greet my comrade Ifa who is the chief propagandist, who have gone to hire a backup. That is my good friend Kojo, who is first on the show, and the first time meeting him on the show to come and support him. But Mr. Muzu, as may that it may be, and the question that you posed to me, why would I invest my money in Ghana? And these are the reasons why. If we have a president, okay, who doesn't care, who is not sensitive to the plight of the good people of Ghana, and the president is renting a private jet for $18,000 an hour, riding and flying in the sky and taking shower in the sky and wasting the taxpayers' money, and you want me as a businessman to go invest in Ghana? No, I won't do that. Number two, if you have a president who has bought a V8 Toyota Land Cruiser, which is going for about $78,000, a brand new, and put his seat that he sits in anytime he's going to any occasion or function, and they fuel that tank. Look, Mr. Amusu, I was in Ghana about a month and a half ago. Okay, if you fuel a Toyota Land Cruiser, it's about 4,000 to 5,000 Ghana cedis to fuel the tank, and they're going to fuel this tank and put just a seat that a president will sit in and be riding and be driving about, and you want me to invest my money in such economy? The question is no. Number three, if you have a president who, for him, all what he wants to do is to reach his and his family and the people around him, not considering the common Ghanaian, and you want me to invest my money in that economy, and the other is a big no. Number four, if you have a president and a vice president who continue churning figures, creating their own figures to impress the good people of Ghana, and sending another figures to the IMF when the IMF asks of it, and you want me to go invest my money in there, I'm not going to do that such a thing. Number five reason why I, Paul Kwame Delali Disosu, will not invest my money in Ghana is if you have a president, okay, who when he was in opposition, he touted himself to be the most, human rights lawyer, and he's going to defend law, the human rights law in Ghana, and be in government, stepping upon people's human rights. And if you speak against him, he sent his security after you, and they arrest you and put you in jail. No freedom of speech in Ghana, and you want me to go and invest my money in Ghana? I am not going to do that. Number six, I can give you as many as I can. Number six, if you have a president at a time in opposition touting that security in Ghana is very poor, and now as a president, we have his trained hoodlums that he trained them when he was in opposition, beating police officers in the seat of government, and this president cannot do anything about it. We have their hoodlums, these vigilante forces, Delta forces, forces.
Paul, I was hoping that you would tell me.
No, Mr. Muzu, I'm telling you the reason why.
Based on some economic fundamentals.
I am going to come there. I am telling you the reason why I'm not going to invest my money over there.
So, yeah.
If you have a president who breed hoodlums when he was in opposition, and these hoodlums are now infiltrated in the national security, beating people left and right, and you want me to send my money to Ghana, I am not going to do that. Now let's come to the economy. Look, we have a president and his vice. When they were in opposition, they made a lot of noise. They lied to the good people of Ghana and told good people of Ghana that we are sitting on money in Ghana. He said that it's due to mismanagement. And we have the same person in government now. At the time they were taking government over from power, Ghana's debt was 120 billion Ghana cedi. As we speak today, they've borrowed over 241 billion just within 5 years. To add up to the 120, we are even having 360 billion. And you want me to go invest my money in such an economy? I will not do that. Mr. Musu, look, I know my friend Kojo and then if I will be trying to throw dust into our eyes. In fact, not dust, they are going to throw stones into our eyes this afternoon to try to tell us that the economy in Ghana is as a result of COVID and blah, blah, blah. Mr. Musu, it is not true. And when we go into the vice president's speech, I will give you a lot of lies he told just 2 days ago. Let me give you one example. Let's all fact check ourselves this afternoon. because we are intellectuals sitting over here. If Akufo-Addo and Bawumia are lying, I don't expect Ifa and my good friend Kojo to come and sit here and then defend the lies that they've been lying. When you go to the SONA, the State of the Nation address, which was given by the president about a week ago or so, 2 weeks ago, in that statement, the president stated that they've spent 17.7 billion so far in the when COVID strike. That is the money they've spent so far. Just for his vice president, Dr. Muhammad Bawumia, just 2 days ago, when you go to his page, the 129 page 29, he is telling us that they spent 8.9 billion. Who should we take? If they are trying to change figures, they are trying to massage figures, the president is quoting different figures, the vice president is quoting different figures, and you want an economy, somebody who is a businessman, to take his money into such an economy where they are not telling us the truth? Mr. Muzu, if you have an economy whereby they change different figures for the good people of Ghana, and when they go to the IMF, they change different set of numbers to the IMF, and you want me to take my money into such economy, the answer is a big no. And I can give you an example. Mr. Muzu,
you're making a lot of statements
the deficit,
that you need to back
the
up.
deficit they quoted in 2019, okay, to the good people of Ghana was 4.5. But when they went to the IMF, the document in IMF, go to the IMF website, is 7.2%.
Right.
You see, they keep on changing figures. Exactly. And you expect a businessman to go and put his money into such a dangerous economy, whereby they present different set of figures to the people of Ghana, and when they go to the IMF, they go and present a different set of figures. And you want me to put my money in such economy? Mr. Musu, the question is no. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana, is super incompetent. His vice president is a big liar, incompetent, and not to be trusted. If these two people in the head of a firm are lying to us, giving us different figures, when it comes to economic figures, I will never put my money in such an economy.
Okay, great. So let me also ask the same question to you, Mr. Lifetime Legacy. Lifetime Legacy is Mr. Apollinaire Gasto, original name, right? Just saying it so that when you get to the airport, the IGP knows exactly who's been making all the comments here. So
you see, my good friend Ifa is laughing because he knows that I was going to put it on him today. In fact, today I will not allow him to throw stones into our eyes today. It's not going to happen over here.
Okay, so
and I have a lot of fact checking here. We're going to go through it. I'm waiting for them.
So let's also listen to Lifetime Legacy quickly. Lifetime, I want you to do this very quickly for me so that I can bring some of the vice president's statements in, because that is why we are here and we want to do justice to that. So go ahead and tell me why you would put your money in Ghana today instead of in the UK, where both the United Kingdom and Ghana, as you know, both have, you know, having impact from the current issues we have in the world. We're talking about Ukraine war, the lingering impact of COVID, etc.
Alfred, good afternoon to my co-panelists here, and most especially my brother that I'm meeting for the first time, Kojo.
Mr. Kojo, yeah.
Yeah, and also to our viewers. And I'm glad once again, my brother who have been running away when the grounds become very hot is here today. I'm referring to my brother Ifa. And my final greetings goes to my senior comrade, Paul. Thank you for the great submission. Alfred, your question is, Ghana and UK, where will I invest my money?
It's not my question, it's the president's question.
Okay. So the president was asking the host, where will he, the host, invest his money? My question to the president also is that if UK is not, business environment is not good for an investment, what is he, the president, doing in UK? What is he going there to do? Now let me go back to the real point. I will not, if I am a businessman, in as much as I am a Ghanaian, a proud one, of course, a very patriotic Ghanaian, and I would like to create opportunity for my fellow countrymen and women to benefit. At this material time, it is not the opportune time to invest in Ghana. I am saying this because, Alfred, should I decide that I have a capital of $20,000, okay, and I am taking it to Ghana right now to start business. By the time 3-4 months pass, that money that I sent to $20,000 will devalue as a result of the exchange rates and goods prices of goods and services will make my capital to become useless. And for that reason, I'll hold on to my capital. If I still want to insist in investing the money, I'll prefer to invest the money in a treasure bill that will give me a stable income than trying to put the money into another venture, which I have to depend on the money on the business by running it day to day. So, like I said, I am not going to do that because, one, the exchange rate in the country currently, by the time it is 3 months, my money will devalue, and for that reason, I will not send my capital. Two, the prices of goods and services is not stable. So as a result, if I have to buy a cement to put up a business, to build up a building for which will house my business or my institution that I want to establish. 2 years ago, a bag of cement was 37 cedis. Now it is 62 cedis. And for that reason, my capital that I'm taking to the country will devalue. And that is my main reason why I am not taking my capital at this material time to the
Ghana
country for investment.
Okay, great. That is a good first round for all of us. Answering the question that the president posed to Peter Okoche, whether he would actually invest his money in the UK or whether he would do it in Ghana. Now, I want us to refocus to the vice president and listen to the things he put out in his speech. Even though he asked 11 questions that I read out at the beginning of the show, I would like for us to actually box them or kind of group them into 5 different categories or 5 thematic areas. And the first one is going to be debt to GDP. I want us to take a listen to what he said about debt to GDP and respond to that. But after that, we'll also listen to what he has to say about exchange rate development and we'll react to that. Then we'll listen to growth or GDP growth over the years and what his government has done, the structures they've put in place, where they've put all the monies they've borrowed, and how that together has contributed to GDP growth over the years compared to the NDC, because he did a lot of comparison. He used a lot of averages, the average Bawumia. So we would also look at fiscal deficit and economic transformation, where he talked deeply about digitization. So I guess the first one we should take a look at now, if there are no questions, there are no challenges to that, if there's nothing else to say prior to that, would be submission on debt to GDP, which is a big.
I wanted to react to my brother Paul this issue. What he said about the vice president. Yeah, 1 minute. The vice president said we spend 8 billion instead of. If you even listen to after the president had given the SONA, right? He said that we spent $17 billion during the COVID-19 since 2020 to date. If you listen to the ranking member on health, which is Akando, he even said, no, the president is lying. We spend more than 20 billion Ghana cedis. So how is the vice president saying something different when your own ranking member?
But the vice president is saying 8.5 though. When he mentioned,
he did say that, but is it annually? Is it annually? The COVID has been in this business for 2 years now. It's not 1 year the COVID.
No, but he's not quoting annually. The table he provided, the
It's
table was
annually.
data
Can you
from,
can
I'm
he
going to put the
can you
table
tell
out
me
for us
that?
to take a look at. But the table
Yeah,
was data from 2018 all the way to 2021. The exceptional, whatever it is,
Alfred, page
expenditures that the government has
29.
undertook.
Alfred, page 29.
Alfred,
Go to page 29 of
29,
Dr.
okay.
Bawumia's speech.
Alfred,
Yeah,
Guys, let
guys,
me
I don't
finish.
want us to.
Yeah,
We're
to
gonna
be
get to
jumping
this.
in.
So I don't want
Please
us to
get to page
debate this now.
29. Yeah, get to page 29 of the Dr.
Let's not
Bawumia's
debate
speech.
this now. We'll get
Yes.
there when we listen to the tape that impact that area. So let's first take a look at or listen to what the vice president has to say.
Get to the debt
about
stock.
debt stock.
According to the World Bank, the attempt by governments across the world to protect livelihoods and to stimulate their economies has meant higher fiscal deficits and debt levels globally. Sizable discretionary support, along with a sharp contraction in output and an ensuing fall in revenues, has led to a surge in government debts and deficits globally. In 2020, the global government debt increased by 13 percentage points of GDP to a new world record of 97% of GDP. That's a new world record. In advanced economies, the debt to GDP was up by 16 percentage points to 120% of debt to GDP. And in emerging market economies, it was up by 9 percentage points to 63% of GDP. In fact, the data shows that the debt to GDP ratio after COVID increased in the US, the UK, Cote d'Ivoire,
Can anybody hear anything? I can't hear anything.
I cannot hear anything either.
Myself.
of GDP, and domestic debt totaled 181 billion, 41.4% of GDP. Between 2019 and 2021, Ghana's debt to GDP increased by 17.6 percentage points of GDP. It should be noted, and it is important, that without the 50.1 billion for the exceptional items of the financial sector, the energy, and COVID, Ghana's debt to GDP would have been about 68% instead of the current 80% that it is. Because of COVID-19, the GDP growth was virtually zero in 2020, and this is bound to increase the debt to GDP ratio, other things equal, with a lower base.
All right, so you heard what the vice president has to say there. He's saying that if it wasn't for COVID, debt to GDP would have been 68%. He's quoted other, countries, which I'm going to share on the screen here. As you can see, he's talked about the United States, where debt to GDP is now 120%. It has increased by 12% of GDP. UK is now 103, which is the highest increase of 18.3%. But when we go to the sub-Saharan Africa, our neighbors, who we compare with, you see that debt to GDP at Nigeria is 6.6. Debt to GDP is increased by 6.6. You see that debt to GDP in Cote d'Ivoire increased by 12.3, Egypt by 7, and then you come to Ghana, 17.6. We are rivaling the likes of UK in terms of the increase in debt to GDP. Has the COVID impacted us worse than it did other West African countries? Is the question I have in mind. But before I even go there, I want us to look at, the debt to GDP quantum in terms of not the increase, but what the other sub-Saharan African countries are showing. Look at Nigeria. Debt to GDP before COVID was 29.1%. Oh my God. Don't we wish we are there? A 29.1% debt to GDP. You can just imagine what their interest payments are. Look at them after COVID or post-COVID in 2021. They are 35.7. Cote d'Ivoire went from 37.9 to 50.2. 50.2 debt to GDP. Egypt, of course, is way above us. They went from 84% debt to GDP to now 91. And we went from 62 to now 80.1 and counting. Here's my question to you, and let's start from Afa. With this number
to the debt stock.
Oh, no, I don't want to listen to him again. Okay, Afa, you've listened to the vice president. He's quoted debt to GDP. He's saying that because of some exceptional items, those exceptional items, which we will come to shortly, I believe Paul Disosu was alerting me to the fact that they are on page 29 of his which I'm sharing. Page 29, these are the exceptional items the president is talking about. He's saying that our debt to GDP wouldn't have been as bad as it is because of COVID and some other exceptional items. And of course, there's another video where he went into details about that. The exceptional items are the financial sector cleanup of 25 billion. And then the excess capacity charges of 17 billion. As far as COVID is concerned, which is where the argument is coming from, that the president quotes a different number from the vice president and the minister of finance. Everybody seems to have a different number for what is spent for COVID. Afa, what is the real number for COVID? Is COVID the reason we are where we are? If you look at the top of this table is quoting these numbers from 2018 to 2021. It's telling you expenditure on exceptional items from 2018 to 2021. Okay. Because of that, and I'm going to just leapfrog this to say, because of that, he's saying that we've realized a deficit of 15.7% in the year 2021 because of these exceptional things. Now, you've been spending these exceptional, or you've been incurring these exceptional expenditures since 2028. How come they don't reflect in your deficit number? Afa, tell me, should we be concerned that our vice president or government continues to misreport to us?
Thank you very much. I didn't hear your misreporting.
What the misreporting is, you've quoted a number, and I'm going to show you that number again, which is this.
The exceptional items, I know, the COVID.
The exceptional items that has been incurred between 2018 to 2021. But this whole time, you've kept your financial sector cleanup expenditure under, as in your appendices. You did not disclose them in your fiscal deficit. Therefore, you are able to cause a fiscal deficit of 4.5% when you were warned that, no, that is not the number. You should include these things in there. Then all of a sudden, you are telling us that because you made all these expenditures, your fiscal deficit in 2021 is 15%. And people are saying, no, all this wasn't just incurred in 2015. This were being incurred from this table that you show us since 2018. So would you have to go back and revise your fiscal deficit since 2018?
Thank you very much, Mr. Amuzu. I don't think this is the first time we're reporting on the amount of money spent on the banking sector cleanup. You know, people have always had problem with numbers that are given, but you know, anytime somebody says, "Oh, you're giving a different number," and you're giving the IMF different number, I haven't seen what the other different number is. Let's situate ourselves within the context of what the vice president is, and which for
So
me,
do you agree that our deficit for 2018, 2019 was 4.5%?
2019, 2018, it was done without this one. I mean, that is up to the financials to do the calculations and stuff like that.
It's not up to the financials. It's not up to the financials. The rule is the rule. They have to just disclose it. They have to tell us, because if they disclose that they were not meeting the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which requires that you keep your deficit below 5% and you keep your primary balance in positive.
Okay.
They have not been complying with those laws since 2018.
No. Hold on. Let us not quote the law wrongly. Okay. The law says don't go beyond 5%, or I don't know what the percentage is, without parliamentary approval.
Without parliamentary approval, correct.
Yes, without parliamentary approval. So, that is where the whole thing is. So, if for whatever reason they have not presented it to Parliament for us to know what blah blah blah, there are a whole lot of things, procedures that go in for things to get done. So, by that time it wasn't done. By that time it wasn't done. It wasn't ready. We don't have the quantum, and now the quantum is ready. I mean, let's move on to the next step. I don't know how.
They hide the numbers in the appendix to show us that they've met the law, when in fact they're in violation of the law.
Because there's nowhere there's a violation.
Because right here you are telling, what I just showed you told you that the exceptional items that they are now including in the deficit number, they've started incurring since 2018. So why didn't you include it in deficit in 2018? Why did you now include it in deficit in 2019? You are showing me a table that says you've been incurring that since 2018. Why are you now including in deficit in 2021? Why?
Because at that time it wasn't ready.
You disclose it in appendix. If it wasn't ready, why are you disclosing it in appendix?
An estimate, we are not really sure.
Oh my God. So this is a new explanation from afar. I don't think this one is good.
If I spend my day.
Can I jump in for a minute?
He's your boy. He hired me.
If I spend my day.
Hold on a second. So, but for me, what he said about the exceptional items are true. They are true statements that we cannot ignore. And if, for instance, COVID, we could not, right? But if we had done something to have avoided the banking sector, other than us going through, and then had been able not to come up with all these excess power stuff, we wouldn't be where we are. And that is a fact. These are facts. COVID, there's nothing you can do about that, So I want to say
you guys only spent 8.1 billion. So it's not, I mean, truthfully, we thought COVID, you actually spent over 20 billions. But the understanding from the vice president now, who we are supposed to believe because he's the economic guru, right? The economic messiah, so we're supposed to believe what he says. He's just telling us a different number from what the Minister of Finance would say, a different
and what the president also say. The two of them are giving different figures.
But he's quoting 8.1% as what was spent on COVID. And I'm saying that if that is the case, even
Hello.
Yes.
You see, you will always, if I can finish, we always need to understand the statement made within the context. These were support from debt that supported the COVID fight. It doesn't mean that all the money that we use in fighting COVID came from debt collection. Do you get the point?
Okay, maybe, yeah, because I know they set up some other fund for people to contribute.
So the quantum for fighting COVID is different from what we use from the debt. So if
finance minister goes to parliament and say we've spent this amount of money, and then the vice president says, okay, when we are talking about debt stock, this is what from a
He's not reporting debt to us. He's reporting. He's not reporting debt to us. He's reporting exceptional expenditures. For instance, he talked about one of the exceptional expenditures to be the energy
exceptional expenditures in relation to GDP and debt. We are talking about debt here, right?
Hold on. He didn't say in relation to.
Are we talking about debt here? Are we talking about COVID expenditures?
Yes, COVID expenditures. Because here's the thing. In his exceptional expenditures, he named three things. He named COVID expenditures, he named the energy sector cleanup expenditures, some of which came from ESLA. So you could not say he was only talking about the
debt.
Huh?
In relation to our debt.
It's not necessarily debt, but go ahead and finish your point.
Okay. So you say you made a statement and you now shift him from your statement for a particular reason. He said these three items, if they had not added, our debt to GDP would have been what? So why are you saying it would have been about 68%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you saying not necessarily in relation to debt? In relation to what?
Well, okay. So he went and borrowed 8.2% to pay for COVID.
That is what he told you. You don't want to believe that too, or what? Or you want us to use 20 million?
Oh no, let's keep going because I just want to understand. For me, I just want to understand because we've been asking these questions. This question has been asked, and you being a spokesperson for the party, I just want one number: how much was spent for COVID? It seems like a moving target.
The quantum, I don't know. I don't know the quantum, but we are discussing. That's an amount that was huge as far as our total debt is concerned, and in relation to fighting COVID, and that has been given by the vice president. If we don't have contrary figures, let's stick to it, and then we move on from there. Okay. And for me, that is true, and that is very significant. You see, if somebody is telling me that these figures that have been quoted, they are not true, or they are different figures from one that have been given to the IMF. I've always told you guys that that can be the case. Now, what we need to know is that, within the time we were fighting the COVID, if you don't have adequate resources within your country to fight it, you have to rely on borrowing. And that is what we all do in our lives. When there's a situation and you are trying to deal with it, no matter what, you look at what you can do. And if you cannot, in some cases, you cannot even do anything than go and borrow and later go and pay. And that's exactly what we are situating ourselves within here. And for me, if we are taking that into context and within what he said, then it is true that if certain things had not happened in the country, if we had not taken certain decisions in the past, we wouldn't have been where we are now. And that those things are important and we must recognize them within the debate. You cannot take them out. I don't have much to say on this. I'm done.
Damus, are you there?
I'm here.
If I said
the internet is. Yeah, I think it's frozen. Yeah, the internet is giving us a lot of problems today.
I am not frozen, no.
Okay. Okay. Wrap up so I can bring your.
I have wrapped up. I mean, if we are talking in terms of what he said in relation to the fact that we have a debt stock and that we are here because of the banking sector cleanup that we had to do and this and this and that. Not only that, but that is an addition, and that if these had not happened, we would have been here. Say, for instance, there was no COVID, right? We wouldn't be discussing certain things. Say, for instance, there was no banking sector cleanup. Say, for instance, somebody hasn't signed an agreement where we have excess power payments. We wouldn't be discussing these things. And these were things that are true, and that has made the destiny where it is now. Now, if we sum up all these things, what we always want to say is that in terms of percentage, what we have added is minimal in terms of what NDC added within their 8 years.
No, so you met 120 billion, right?
Yes.
And today our debt stock is at 351. Sorry, I'm saying
Yes,
500.
yes.
Hopefully you don't get there. 351 billion as of December 2021.
Yeah, what is the percentage increase? What is the percentage increase?
Well, you calculate it, but we are saying that if you look at the
Let's even say
you have added about 230. Okay,
They've added 231 billion.
Let's even say we've added 200%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's even say we've added 200%. It's not up to 200%.
That's about 91% increase.
How many? What's the percentage increase?
Almost 92% increase.
Okay, so and what is the percentage increase between 09 and 2016? What's the percentage increase? From 9 billion.
We don't see. The thing is this. I mean, when we do this, and I'm going to address that as well, because we tend to talk about averages. I am beginning to refer to the vice president as the average Bawumia, as if the averages really, let's say somebody brings down inflation. To bring down inflation is a lot of work. So somebody worked hard and brought down inflation to a certain point. You inherited it and you supervise it to go up again. And then you brought it down a little bit and it's gone up again. You couldn't just be calculating your averages and comparing to that person, because the person actually brought it down. And I'm going to show the inflation graph.
Okay, hold on right there before you show. So how about somebody builds an economy to 9%, another one builds up to 14%, and then this same person you were talking about brought it to 3.6%. What is it? How are you going to go that too? How are you going to sequence that?
When you were calculating the averages for even the economic growth, you only went from 2013. Why didn't you go for 2012, 2011, when the 14 and the 15% were recorded?
Mr. Muzo, my brother Ifa.
We are necessarily jumping through this thing. So when we get to a GDP growth, I think that will be something we should discuss. But I believe you've wrapped up your comments on that. Let me bring in Kojo quickly and see what Kojo has to say.
Mr. Muzo, an NDC member should come before the MPP member comes back.
I'm putting them all together. So when the reaction,
they have nothing to say. Mr. Muzo, they have nothing to say.
Let the host talk. Oh, let the host talk and stop interjecting him.
It will be very balanced for me to come in and then punch holes into the lies that if I
are you not the host and determining who's here right now?
Come in and I'll bring Kojo. Kojo, if you don't mind, please, if you can hold on quickly for us to come in.
Kojo, we can change rules in the middle of the game.
I'm being very nice today. Because Kojo is his first time on the show. So I don't want to punch him left, right, center, forward. But you know what?
You punch everybody. If Kojo goes against you, you're gonna punch him. Have you ever been here and you don't punch anybody?
What I don't want is I don't want you to come back and I don't want you to react to Afa, then come back after.
No, I'm not going to react to Afa. I'm going to go to the point. I'm going to lay the point down. You see, Mr. Muzo.
Okay. All right.
You see, when you have a government that keep on lying, the lying will catch up to them. And when I was growing up as a kid, one thing that my mom taught me is that when you lie, you keep on lying and you keep on lying and you keep on lying. That is what is happening to this super incompetent government.
Why am I saying to cover for the previous
exactly lie? Mr. Muzo,
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Go in and then you can come after him.
Yeah.
Mr. Muzo, you see, we are going to speak strictly to the document that my brother Ifa put on the platform. It's not from me, it's from my brother Ifa. Right. The document that contains the speech of the lying vice president of Ghana. And I'm going to quote you. Mr. Muzo, if you go to page 3, okay, of that document.
Okay.
You want me to pull up page 3? Yes, we're speaking to document. The vice president alluded to 3 things. The reason why the economy and the debt of Ghana has gotten to where it is. And he stated 3 things. Those 3 things are the one is the banking sector, the financial sector, which you can project online. He said because of the banking sector, that is why they have to put a lot of money in the banking sector. That is why our money or our debt has increased. But Mr. Muzo, the question I want to put to my brother Ifa and Kojo this afternoon that we are all we are all learned, guys over here. If you have a situation whereby you can salvage that situation with 12 billion cedis to revive the situation and get those banks back on their feet, all what you have to do is to get new management to take care of them. And then you decide to spend 35 billion cedis in collapsing the banks. In these two cases, which one makes sense? And I leave it for Ifa and Kojo to answer.
Right.
Number two, the vice president stated in his own document that the energy sector or the PPPs that were signed by the former government, they've paid 17 billion Ghana cedi, which is a contributing factor to where our debt is. And Mr. Muzi, you see that Dr. Bawumia, whenever he's talking, he forgets that we are in a world of global technology, whereby social media is all over. So anything you say today will be judged or will use to judge you tomorrow. And as we sit here this afternoon, whatever I am saying here, in the next 20, 50 years, when my kids grow up, they will tell them this is what your father did. These are the things your father did, which ones are lies, which ones are not, which ones are true, which ones are false. If you look into that document, okay, the vice president said they spent 17 billion as what? Excess energy debt, which is not true. Because when you go into the hazard of parliament, and I'll give you the date, I think it is 21st June 20, hold on, I'll give it to you right now. It is 17th of June 2021, the hazard of parliament. And this is a record. And Kojo should go and check it.
Right.
Honorable Alasa Sumhuni posed a question to the finance minister, the minister who keeps or takes care of all the money's investment within the country. And what was the question? The question that was posed to the minister that they want to know, okay, how much has been paid since 2017 to date, which is 2021 June. How much has been paid as energy excess levy?
Energy sector, yeah.
Energy sector levy. And according to the finance minister, they've so far spent 937 million Ghana cedi. Where is the vice president taking the 17 billion Ghana cedi from?
Well, so Paul, you are asking a different question though. Are you saying how much was spent on the EXLA?
Exactly. Exactly. In
this particular case, what is being reported at the 17 billion is the borrowings that they did to pay for the energy sector cleanup. So
no, Mr. Abu, don't confess yourself. The energy sector cleanup, he said not energy sector cleanup. We didn't do any cleanup in the energy sector. We did cleanup in the financial sector. In the financial sector, they, according to their own document, they spent 25 billion in cleaning the banking sector. And I am saying something that you can use 12 billion to revive those banks and then just get a new management to manage it. The competent NPP government spent 25 billion. And I leave that one to the judgment of the listeners this afternoon.
Yeah.
Number two, I am saying that when it comes to the energy sector,
excess capacity charges.
Excess capacity charges, exactly. Record as June 21st, 2021 shows that the finance minister stated that they have so far paid 937 million Ghana cedis, $1 million as payment to the excess energy sector, the energy sector. Okay,
right.
These PPPs that ENFA has been making case of it, that we sign a lot of PPPs and it is take and pay and blah blah blah. But for the vice president to just come and tell us 2 days ago that they've paid $17 billion, which one is the truth?
No, cities.
You see, sorry, cities. Even if you convert it, it's still not up to the $937 million that the finance minister is talking about.
We need to get this clarification out though. Could it be that what the vice president, the minister of finance is answering to is the portion of ESLA spent on the excess capacity charges versus the total expenditure on excess capacity charges? Because clearly what is being stated here, which I found actually pulled me towards when I was talking about COVID, is the portion that was actually borrowed in loans, because all this added up to our debt. That is why we have the higher debt to GDP.
Okay.
So if there's an additional borrowing outside of ESLA to pay for excess capacity, it will be captured here, but it wouldn't be captured by what you are quoting.
That is not true. This morning on Newsfile, okay, they stated on record that the 17.7 billion is a document from the presidency. Mr. Musu, we don't work with document from the president. The record, the House of Parliament is a place of record.
Right.
Record on files is that the finance ministry is saying that so far they spent $932 million to as a form of money they've paid in the energy sector in form of excess energy, whatever, fuel, blah blah blah, and all those. So all is
but they've also paid some amount for cancellations, right?
All is included, Mr. Musu. All is included.
They listed what you are quoting. They only listed 3 companies, right? Aka, Car Power, and what else? But there were ones that they canceled and even paid judgment debts and paid several different other, expenditures towards excess capacity, which it wasn't captured in that disclosure that you are referring to in the Hands Act. So could it be that this 17 billion is capturing all the payments?
Mr. Musu, I can give it to them, but I'm trying to draw attention to that. You see, the lie, the prophet I gave that my mother taught me that when you lie, you keep on lying, you keep on lying. You see, a lie is catching up to them. How can the Minister of Finance, who keeps the record in Parliament, and Parliament is a place of record, giving us a different figure, and the Vice President come to tell us a different figure? I leave all this thing to a far. Number 3, Mr. Musu.
Right.
The COVID that they are talking about, I just want to put it on record this afternoon, that the economy of Ghana was collapsing as far back as 2019 before COVID strike in 2020. And data and statistics over here can allude to that. Mr. Musu, in 2019...
Okay, let that be your last one, please.
In 2019, the dollar depreciated by 12.9%. You
Okay.
remember, that is where they formed the 17-member committee, including Franklin Kujo and Dosmi Koko Minini, to search and find why is the dollar depreciating. Because the economy was dwindling down due to their mismanagement. And Mr. Musu, once again, let me also put on record that before we left power under the 2012-2016 under John Mahama, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we had only one oil field, and we're producing 70,000 barrels of oil a day. Before we left power in 2016, we handed over 3 oil fields to Efa and his government, and they were producing about 180,000 barrels of crude oil a day. In 2016, as we are leaving office, we are making $6 billion when we produce crude oil. In their time, they were making 20 billion Ghana cedi. So Efa and my good friend Kojo, which I'm being very nice to today, they have no more justification to come and sit here to try to tell us that COVID is the cause of Ghana's wound. I am putting on record that as of 2019, the economy of Ghana was in shambles. The dollar was depreciating. The deficit was 1.2, and they reported to Parliament 4.5. But when they went to IMF, they reported the right figures,
The
which is
7.2.
You see?
Yeah.
So I am telling you that the lies from the finance minister, from the vice president, from the president, I don't know which of them we should even be believing. Because
If they report the accurate number, they would have been in violation of the law. But again, I think this is the first time we've actually heard from, governments admitting to the fact that COVID alone does not explain why we are where we are in terms of our debt to GDP and our deficit.
Very soon, they are going to blame you, myself, my mother, and all lady who's sitting here, my father who is passed on. They're going to blame the good people of Ghana that the Ghanaians are the cause of the economy not growing. Just wait and see. Now, blaming Russia and Ukraine war as a result of the economy not doing well. You see, when you have people in government who are not truthful and they don't know what they are doing, they keep on putting blame on people. They keep on lying, and the lying.
Yeah, but I mean, during the NDC time, we had the US-Iraq, Afghanistan
I don't
war.
even talk about that. I don't want to talk about
that. Let's quickly go to.
Today I've been very nice. If I can attest to that, if I have been very nice today.
You've been very nice. Let's see who could you
You're nice, Pony.
But then we've seen about some $230 billion added to our debt. We've seen the debt to GDP skyrocket. That we've been shut out of, the bonds markets. And the vice president even admitted to the fact that one of the reasons we are where we are is because rating agencies, including investors in Ghana, are beginning to remove their capital because when the budget was passed, they did not have faith in our numbers. For once, there's an admission. I think you're on mute, so take yourself on mute.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Amazon. Listen, before I even go ahead and answer that, you were asking my commitment director that did we comply with the deficit? Yes, we did. If you listen to the Vice President's
Fiscal Responsibility Act.
Yes, we did. We did look at it. If you go through the speech itself, it tells you that I think somebody's mic or something is on, so I can hear whatever we're saying back. Okay, I think it's better. So we were able to go under 5% for 3 solid years. In 2020, when the COVID came, if you remember, we said that is a lie.
That is a lie. You did not.
That is not a lie. Yes, we did.
How did you go on? How did you manage that? I'm showing you a table. Did you not incur energy sector?
Give me the table. No. I'm talking. You didn't listen to me. Listen to me very well. I said in 3 years in a row, 2017, 2018, 2019, we did that. I'm not talking about 20. Yes, we did.
Okay, I'm saying. Okay, now if you say you did, right? Here's my question to you: did you incur excess charges, fees in 2018?
Yes.
Did you report that in your deficit?
Yes. Go to. That is where we had every time intent of this. We have disagreement between the IMF and the government.
No.
Just
answer my question. I'm not asking you that a disagreement you have with IMF. I'm saying
because
did you incur it or not?
Understand. You have to listen to me before you ask me the question. If you just jump in, you won't let me finish the statement. Whoever mic is on is just bothering me. It's just kind of feedback. Yes, I'm so sorry. You said so. This is what happened, right?
So I have to take it out. So thanks for
okay. Thank you. This is what happened. It is true that we have incurred the 25 billion Ghana cedis for the financial sector cleanup. We as a government decided that we're not going to add it to our debt because it was internal thing, right?
But so that's not a decision for you to make.
No. It was a decision that we made. So that's why the IMF could not penalize us for that because it's an accounting
because we didn't report that to them.
No, we did
not to them.
No,
so they're not going to penalize you.
Please, this thing has come several times in the news media. Even the IMF director in Ghana came and said, "Hey, this is the disagreement we had," and I think it's something and then something or one of the.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, right?
Hold on.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. But how would you have a disagreement with somebody you reported the correct numbers to?
No,
you reported to them that your fiscal deficit is 7.2. Isn't that correct?
You have to just listen to me for a minute and then you come in, please. This is what the IMF that it's not me talking, right? The IMF that said, hey, when they came, they said, hey, this is how much we've incurred. This is our debt. This is our extra debt, but we are not adding it to it because it's an accounting system and it's allowed to do that. It's the law. It's not like Ghana is doing something extra. That's the law. Say, hey, this is our own thing. We are not adding it to our debt. The speech that the vice president gave is saying, if it wasn't about these 3 items, this is where our GDP, growth to GDP would have been. But it's something that up to date, we still don't have it. This is a speech that was given. It's not a financial statement that was presented at the parliament. This is a speech that was given to TESCOM by how our economy is. So we are not saying that this 25 billion, 17 billion, 8 billion, which if you look at it, Paul was saying something like, 17 billion. If you look at the page 111, the vice president, we have paid bills of some $1 billion annually in excess capacity charges. Go to page 111. Just look at it.
And that was disputed, by the way, but yes.
It has not been disputed. If you go to Ghana Web this morning, Ghana Web have fast-checked the vice president, and it's true. If you go to Joy FM have also confirmed that this is true, right? So we should not even say that everything that somebody hear from Paul, even Paul D'Souza, who was talking about, we could have used
I lost you. I don't know if can you guys hear me though? I lost him. Efa, can you hear me?
Hello, Paul.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Your mic went back on mute, so check your mic.
I don't know. Is it better?
It's good now. But hey, before you go on, right? Before you go on, you are saying that this is just a speech, but this is what you've been disclosing to Parliament. Then in 2021, you have decided that you are going to bring in all this exceptional charges into your fiscal deficit. Why is it now that, do you think it's up to you to just be deciding what you report and what you don't report? And we are saying that the law says you have to report all your expenditures in your deficit because you have to go borrow money to pay for those expenditures. And so you've been misreporting all these years and this misreporting has been pointed out to you. Even the IMF pointed it out. That's why the IMF would not accept it from you. The IMF would not accept that your deficit was 4.5. They made you correct it so you can state the actual deficit. And so it is we, the Ghanaians, you've been lying to. And the reason you are lying to us is that you break the Fiscal Responsibility Act and you don't want to own up to it. Oh, I lost him completely now. Okay. So, I think you are back. You're back somewhere. Hold on. Let me get you in. Okay, so yeah, that's Kojo we're talking to. Kojo, your connection.
Yeah. I don't know. There's calls coming in. I wish I would have used a different I'm using my phone the constant. So I apologize for that. So then you were talking about we breaching up. I had the little bit part of it. We breaching the physical responsibility. It is true. If you listen to
it is true that you brought that. So hold on. That's a profound acceptance.
No,
you
I
are admitting that. Hold on. Let's. I want to make sure I get that.
If you just interject, you are not happy now.
No. You said something profound, and I want to make sure we recognize it. You are admitting that you broke the Fiscal Responsibility Act.
Can you let me land? Hold on.
No, I want to hear the yes or no on that, and then you can move on.
I said yes. I said yes.
Yes, you broke the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Okay,
and we didn't broke it because we want to broke it. We went to Parliament. The finance minister went to Parliament.
I think you should explain that to a judge, not to me.
Yeah, no. We don't have a time. If we have broken any law, Parliament by now will hold the finance minister.
I mean,
hold on. If you are not happy now, if you can let Paul talk.
I'm going to be quiet now.
Let me land. Yeah, the finance minister went to Parliament in 2020 when the COVID was in the midterm financial review. He said, if you remember, he even quoted then is it Prime Minister or President? I don't know. Angela Merkel, I think the Prime Minister, and then said, on this time of COVID-19, don't tell me about deficit. And that's when he went on. He had gone to Parliament to ask permission. Due to COVID-19, the Fiscal Responsibility Act is not going to be obeyed. We have never broken. If we have broken that, by now you know the NDC.
Let me interject again because you are saying a falsehood. I am saying to you. I am saying to you that
why haven't he been dragged to Parliament that he has broken the law?
Let me ask the question and I'll give you all the time to respond, right? I'm saying to you that you have incurred expenditures that should be reported in your fiscal deficit since 2018, 2019, and you have not.
No, you're changing the topic now. You said
no. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
No. You said we've broken the law of the fiscal responsibility
in 2018, in 2019, and then in 2020 you got a waiver. So I'm not saying you broke it in 2020. I'm saying you broke it in 2018 and 2019 because
you're not being specific. You tell we've broken the law since 2017.
Maybe you were not listening carefully, because what I was saying is that I said you show me a table. The vice president provided a table that shows the expenditures that should have been reported in the Fiscal Responsibility Act as deficit. As deficit, right?
Read the statement where he said, wouldn't have been these very items. This is where. He didn't say that we never reported. And like I told you, we've reported this to the IMF. The disagreement between the IMF and the government is that this is the bills that we have.
But did you report the same to the Parliament?
Yes, of course.
Then why is your vice president still quoting a deficit rate of 4.5% in 2018? Because what you reported to the IMF was 7.2. Why are you telling us it's 4.5?
Amazu, please. Amazu, hold on. Do you have anything contrary to what the vice president said that you can prove right now on the radio?
No, I'm using the vice president's numbers, and I'm telling you based on his numbers, he's lying because he went to IMF and told them the fiscal deficit.
What proof do you have to tell the vice president is lying?
If you can be stuck with your idea, and that's fine, we can move on. But here's the thing: the numbers don't lie. The numbers that he showed to the IMF says 7.2 fiscal deficit in 2018. You come to Parliament and tell Parliament that your fiscal deficit is 4.5. Why? Because you want to report certain things under the line, or what we call in exhibits. So we are saying that reporting, all of a sudden in 2021, you think it's correct for you to actually now report it in your fiscal responsibility. You think it's now appropriate for you to now go and report those in your deficit. Why didn't you report them in your deficit back in 2018, back in 2019? Because you failed to do so, you broke the law in 2018 and 2019. That's what I'm putting to you.
No, that's a falsehood. I just want to put it straight to your face. That's a falsehood. Nobody's sticking to whichever ideas we have. This is Ghana we all belong to, right? If we have broken any law, do you think any of these members of Parliament, including my members of Parliament, will sit down for any one minister to just broke the law? Is it think something is that possible? Not just take some talking point and just put it out there to be the absolute truth. No, there's nowhere in our laws that we've broken any of this. 2017, 2018, 2019. If you say we've made over how much we're supposed to be under, I will agree with you, but then no law has been broken, because everything that was reported, if you've broken any law, how do we go to the Parliament, which is place of record, and you cannot lie under a perjury, right? So why do you, the finance minister who knows better, will go do that? Just ask yourself. If you think I am stuck with whatever I do.
Look, you don't want my opinion on Parliament, so just stick to your
I'm just saying. It's the law. It's the law of the land, right? That's where we all go and express whatever. I can sit on radio and say whatever. Just to give you an example. This speech that the vice president gave has no legal boundaries to it. You know that, right? But when he goes to Parliament, like the finance minister goes to Parliament and gives speech, whatever he or she says over there is bound. This people here that I'm holding here, the speech, has nothing. He said it, but it's nothing. And you know that, don't you? So we should just be like Ghanaians. We can do propaganda, it's fine. Let me say whatever.
So are you saying that what he said in the speech is inaccurate?
I'm not saying that, but I'm just telling you, when you told me that we have broken the law, and I say no, because the finance minister, who's in charge of our finances, has gone to Parliament.
It's not who said. The numbers are the numbers. We know that.
Who are the numbers? What is the numbers? Give it to me.
The number is the one you reported to the IMF when you go to them, because you couldn't have lied to them. So you told them that your deficit, your fiscal deficit for 2018 was 7.2. But when you came to Parliament,
where is it? Show me where can I find that? I'll look for it right now. So where can
when
I
you,
find it?
went, when you went for the rapid credit, you were on our platform. I posted the document on the platform. It's about 39 pages. The rapid credit facility application that you submitted to the IMF quoted 7.2. But even the vice president right now should be quoting 7.2 because the table I showed you of the special exceptional items, it shows that these expenditures were being incurred from 2018, 2019, 2020, and 20. So 2018, why were you reporting it under the line? Then all of a sudden you thought it's good to now report it.
Let me ask you
above the line in 2021. Why? It is because you are trying to say, because now we waive the Fiscal Responsibility Act and you are no longer breaking any law, so you feel like it's okay to report it now. Before, if you had reported it, you would have been in violation of Fiscal Responsibility Act. That is why you did not report it. That is why you became clever and started reporting under the line. That's all it is.
So we haven't broken the law. That's what you're saying.
You broke the law.
You just contradicting yourself.
You just.
No, you are a patriotic citizen. Can you take this to that somebody have broken the law? Can you do that? I'll sponsor you for that. If you lose, you pay me back.
You broke the law. Simple.
I will sponsor you. Just go as a patriotic Ghanaian. Go. I will sponsor you for free.
I mean,
once you lose, you pay me back.
You know what is happening in the Supreme Court, so don't even. I mean, I don't want to kind of. I don't want to kind of vary the discussion for other things. But
let's stick to this. So
yeah, let's stick to that.
Let's stick to this. It's so funny. Paul, where did you run to? You didn't want to listen to the facts, right? Even when Paul was speaking, he said we could have used 12 billion, right, Ghana cedis to resolve the bank crisis. When you pray the former president, he said 9 billion could have solved everything. So you people are even contradicting yourself. You don't even know which figure.
The president said 9 billion and Paul said 12 billion.
Yes. Am I lying to that? Are you lying, Paul? I don't think you are lying, but you might make a genuine mistake for saying that, right? That is fact. So the fact that somebody makes an error, and
so
like I said,
an error here.
No. Hold on. You, like I said here, you said he was saying the 17 billion that had been paid for the SSC budget was wrong, and I quoted in the same speech, page 111, number 1 is start from page 10, 110. He said we have paid an SS bill of 1 billion annually. Just look at it yourself.
How much would that speak? If you paid it annually, you've been in office for 5 years, that would be 5 billion.
You see, that's another miscontradicting and misquoting.
Would that be 5 billion?
Exactly.
You pay 1 billion
you are confusing yourself.
5 years.
So
the same document, Mr. Musu. The same document, two different figures.
Can you listen? What was the code? What the payment was? It was from 2008 to 2021. How many years are that?
5 years. 3 years. So 3 billion.
I don't understand.
So 3 billion?
This is numbers game, right? This is numbers game. You should be able to know. It depends on what man will pay and when these figures were reported. It's not something that was just drink out there. Like
you have like the floor. So help us. You said you are quoting for me page 110, where he says that there has been 1 billion per annum paid for excess capacity charges, right?
Let me read it. Paul, you were quoting. I know you have the affable the vice president speech in front of you. Go to page 110, right on the top of it, and then read from there yourself. You say, I'm just giving you exact where the thing is. He said we have paid bills of $1 billion annually.
If I read it, Dr. Tu and I thought we say that I've changed some information. So let the host read it, please.
I can read it. I can pull it up for you. You said page 110.
Page 110. So 110. It's right on top of it. It starts from there. You see it yourself.
I'll bring it up.
Yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say, right? Yes, the numbers cannot be wrong. And if they are not wrong, we've not break any law. As a matter of fact, if we've broken any law, I know how Junapo, who is a member of the finance committee, will be screaming on top of everybody's voice. We know that. The numbers are right. You might disagree with it. Why is it accounting? Let me say, gibrishes that we can use to do that. It is allowed by law. Of course, it's allowed by law. We just said those.
Okay, this is the page you asked for, but I'm not seeing what you're quoting. This is page 110.
Go up. Go up.
You want me to go up?
Affiliation. alleviating, go up. You see, from alleviating from suffering from the Ghanaian people. You see number 1. Go up a little bit. You see number 1. You see, he has enumerated all of them, what things that we've done in this is on there. Go up. Go like you're going to 11. Go down. Number 1. You see it right there. Go up.
Okay, it says, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. No, keep on going. I just want to, you can read, if you want to read the entire from there downwards, I'll be fine. I can hold on. But I just was just quoting you.
I mean, this is tactical move from my good friend Kojo, just to buy time. Just go ahead.
I'm not buying time. You said if I read it, I might change some words. If you read it, you might change some words. So the host to read it by himself.
Fred, it's page 111. The first.
Yes.
Number 1, we have paid the bills of some 1 billion annually in excess capacity charge.
Add the dollars. So that's why
it's $1 million.
Add the dollars.
Okay, so
right. So yes, these 3 items cumulatively in annually is just costing the Ghanaians pay so much.
Okay, so if it is dollars, right, and he's been paying 5, what is that? What exchange rate do you want me to use? Because I can use it to calculate for you. Because when I do,
Mr. Wuzu, I like your question. They should give us the exchange rate.
I'll do that. So
no, because it's I'm using 7 and it's adding up to 35%. 35 billion. But he has not reported excess capacity of 35 billion in his documents.
He said 17 billion.
That is not true.
You ask question. Let me answer you. The exchange rate of 2017 is not exchange rate of 2022.
Give me the exchange rate you would like me to use.
No. So I'm going to hold on, please. Are you a host? 2017, what was the exchange rate? You know it. Just Google. I don't have the numbers.
Mr. Wuzu, use 4.2. 4.2. When we were leaving power, we handed over 4.2. Use 4.2.
No. What I would do is he's reporting 17 million, right? So I'll take 17 million, 17, and divide it by the 5 years.
Yes.
No, it's not 5 years. It's not 5. It's 3 years.
3 years.
No. He said 5 years. Read it.
No. I say, listen. I know this, right? The figure. No, hold on, please, hold on. The figure on the table is 2018 to 2021. It's 3 years.
No, but the page you're asking me to read, the page says that. Over the last 5 years, we have implemented measures to alleviate or mitigate the suffering of Ghanaians. Over the last 5 years, we have paid the bills of some 1 billion annually in excess capacity charges. 5 years.
No,
not 3 years.
No. So we haven't added those 2 years addition to we, and then the first quarter of 2022. No, but you said, listen, this is why I have a worry with you. You gave a table that you were basing your argument on from 2018 to 2021, right?
Right.
And he said we're paying $1 billion every year, right? If it's 5 years.
Okay.
On the chart that you're using for your argument, hold on, is between 3 years. Why don't you use that 3 years?
Okay, sure. Let's use 3 years. So 3 years, that's 3 billion. And then what exchange rate would you like me to use?
Every year exchange rate is different. 4.2 for 2017, 4.2 2017.
Give me an average. He's a man of averages. He's used a whole lot of averages. So
he's more
like the average for me.
Nobody in your party can even match him with good. Right? Nobody. Even if it was Chalawate, with you with iron shinga shoes, you can't even match them. You know that. He's the best that will ever have.
In line?
No, in everything that he does.
Okay, so I think we had enough time. I want you to wrap up.
Let me give you let me do 4.5 for that 3 years because the exchange rate has just really changed within these few months. That's why it had been a little bit higher. So use 4.5 divided by that. I'm averaging it for you. How much would they give you?
It's going to be 4.5 billion. It should be 4.5 billion.
4.5 times 3 billion is 13.5.
It's 13.5. Okay, so like I said, we are using averaging, but this is something that is being paid annually, which is monthly. I gave you That is not a specific number, because I know 2017 exchange rate is different from 2018 exchange rate and 2019 exchange rate. You know that. It's not me telling you. You know that.
Right.
So if you're even close, it's 2013 billion to 14. So we're losing about 4 billion on it. Am I right?
I think you are setting up your own questions and you're answering them, because hold on. No, I don't think anybody's challenging you. I didn't challenge you on what you paid for excess capacity. I challenged you on how you reported it. I said you reported it in a way that violated the law. Period. I say that you were reporting it under the line. When you went to the IMF told you cannot report it that way, and therefore you told IMF the truth. You told them your real deficit, which was 7.2 in 2018. But you came to the Ghanaian people, and because we are not, I mean, I don't want to say
right?
things, but
no, hold on. He went to Parliament, right?
You went to Parliament and
then
did whatever you have to do in Parliament. Anyway, let me bring somebody else.
No, hold on. What was the figure that was given to Parliament?
4.5.
4.5. He did violate
the 4.5 to Parliament.
And then
the Parliament was to IMF.
The 7.2 he gave to the IMF is above the fiscal responsibility at requirement.
5%.
You not get that part?
And then everybody, all the NDC MPs sit aloof, and then he just break the law and then moved on.
I'm not judging NDC MPP here. I'm telling you that he broke the law. You as a person.
As for me, I am hearing this for the first time. I've not heard.
You're highly educated, right? If I show you red, you will know it's red. Do you need NDC to come and confirm to you that it is red?
Yeah, but these things. No, these things. Listen.
You have the absolute truth. Is that what
you don't even believe that. Now, let me give you a typical scenario. When we came in 20, when we pick up, during Kufuor's time, right? They had presented different because the IMF fined Ghana. Have you
been fined? Have Ghana been fined that we went to IMF?
You people are bringing out information that is not true.
Dr. Ato made this point, and I challenged him to bring the information from the IMF that confirmed that there was a misreporting to the government and he couldn't produce it. But the fact of that matter is that the overzealous administration went to the IMF to report that they think NDC, while they were in power, misreported. To which there was no, therefore IMF have to charge their government. Their government, your government, Kufuor government, was the one that pays the penalty.
No. That's not true. You don't go to IMF and you think that. You don't go to IMF and say, I think somebody misreported. You don't do that. You go there and you present the figures. And then you say, but we don't have
derailing the program. Let's
we
continue on.
We are not derailing. Why did you read your whatever thing that you're talking about the IMF? Why is this report?
Go to the IMF website. Go to the IMF website.
Even your vice
and
president
nobody has called any government in the parliament to tell them that you misrepresented that.
In the parliament, they've been saying it day in, day out.
When was any question put to the finance minister to come and report again?
Go look at the finance minister and see how many questions are on his list.
If you go and make these things on the radio station, that is not the case.
Yeah.
No. Sometimes let's situate this thing. It is the law that if a minister puts a question to you, you have to come and answer.
There's so many questions with the Minister of Finance that he did not answer. They actually but there are questions that are 2 years old.
Doesn't know.
But when he presents the budget and other stuff, then you listen to him.
He was when he was going to Parliament the other day, they actually wanted to kick him out. When he was going to do the
that was on a different issue. That was on a different issue. That was on a different issue.
No, you're not. You don't.
No. Now I'm not going to take it. It is against the law. It is against the law. That the minister will not come. It is against the law.
Okay, I'm saying they try to kick him off. When do you think I'm talking about? What day do you think I'm talking about?
Can you tell us?
The budget presentation.
You are just screaming that no. What no for?
Oh no. It wasn't on that issue. It was about staying in there. It had nothing to do with figures.
Alfred, don't come and lie. Nobody should come and lie on submission.
Okay, let me move
The
on to
kick-out was not on figures. The kick-out was on stay in or stay out for us to vote for some voting.
Can I just land?
No, you can't let them go.
I have an event to attend, and for that matter, after my submission, I will take a leave and join you guys about 30 minutes time when I get to my destination. Now, Alfred, this is Business and Financial Times online. Finance Minister pay 12 billion to IPPs since 2017. This is not Apollo.
IPP, what is the amount on? Is it CD, dollar, yen?
Please, you can see the amount.
I can see.
No, we can't see. We can't see. Why don't you go this?
I can see it. No, I can see it. No, I can see it.
12 million cities.
12 billion Ghana cedi.
12 billion cedis.
Billion Ghana cedi.
Yes. And this story was February 10th, 2001. February 10th, 2001.
2021.
2021.
Okay.
So that should settle the argument. You see, Dr. Bawumia,
Alfred,
I'm making my submission.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I wish
last time in your submission, please
go so that
can you reconcile the 12 billion, 7 billion, and the 937 million? Reconcile them.
Take your notes. So when he's
how can you ask him to reconcile? It is coming from your incompetent government.
So which one are you taking? Which one are you taking? The 937. Each of them have their own explanations to them, but you don't want to take it.
You guys are distorting the program with your
own
statement.
This is fire. This is fire. It's allowed.
I'm saying that we don't necessarily care how much you spend. When you report it is the problem.
When you guys were doing your submission, I was here quietly because I want our listeners to benefit from whatever.
I'm not interjecting you anyway, so you go ahead.
So please, I'll be glad you credit me with that respect. Anyway, so this statement was made by a finance minister. I am not quoting any person. The person who is holding the public purse is the one who says that as at 2021, the amount we have paid is 12 billion. So I am going by the figure 12 billion. You see, Dr. Bawumia, for me, I wish I have been saying this, and I've been saying it a couple of times, and I'll repeat it here once again. I wish I have somebody with PhD in my family. Maybe I'll be the second person in the future to have PhD in my family. Maybe. So I am not in any way going to disrespect people who have gone through the academic ladder to earn that position, but rather respect them for that intellectual journey. But unfortunately, Dr. Bawumia is bringing that and that hard won, academic reputation into a disrepute. Finance minister is telling us 12 billion, and he's telling us 17 billion. Which one should we take? Which one should we take?
But
you see, the man consistently have proven that he can't be trusted. He's always a liar.
Lifetime.
Yes.
So you don't go into too much details without getting this sorted out. You are quoting a news article from January 2021. Mm-hmm. The table we are looking at is from 2018 to the end of 2021, correct?
Okay, so I am quoting.
So that number is not conclusive because it's for 2021 January.
I'm saying that based on the report, okay, this figure was published in February 10th, 2021. I'm not talking of 2022. I'm talking of up to 2021, this is what was paid. And according to him, that was from 2017. 2017. Alfred, Ghana is not the only country that have been hit with COVID. Okay, a lot of countries have been hit with COVID. In America, we all know the package the government put in place for people who were laid off or people who were not able to work during the COVID era as a result of COVID. And when you look at the expenses America made and UK made, Ghana did not do even half of it. Okay, so and America did not get donor or support from any other country to mitigate the expenses they made. We got so much from IMF, World Bank, Heritage Fund, Bank of Ghana to support the COVID fight.
America got a big chunk of the SDR redistribution.
Yes, that is from their own distance. So we got our money from Heritage Fund. IMF gave us 1 billion. World Bank gave us 1 billion. And then Bank of Ghana also gave us some money. We went into the Heritage Fund. We went into, what do you call it? Infrastructure Development Fund. We went into all accumulated 32 billion.
So what's your point on this?
My point is that if all this money have been spent from those money are not monies that we went to borrow, we should not be in where we are today. I don't know if I'm making sense to you. We should not be where we are today. So it is as a result of mismanagement that we find ourselves in where we are. I was thinking that I am even confused between Bawumia and for all this while, COVID gave us 32 billion. And now Akufo-Addo is telling us he has spent 17 billion. The Vice is telling us they have spent 8.5 billion. So the question rather is, where is the balance of the money that we've been given? Where is the balance? I don't know
which one do you believe?
Okay, so
regardless of whatever the amount, if it is 17 that Akufo-Addo is telling us, if it is 8.5 that
Bawumia is telling us, about how it's being reported versus even how much is being actually spent, because technically they can show you what was being spent. Because if they put that number on the budget and it's a lie, that is even more trouble.
And but I'm saying that
where they are reporting
with that,
the budget,
looking at even let's go by the president's figure that is the highest. Okay, the money we got as a result of COVID, vis-a-vis what they have spent, they should rather be telling us what is left. They should rather be giving us change.
Okay, let's move the program on. The next thing I want us to look at is exchange rates developments, and even on that front, we did have a lot said by the former president. I'm going to quickly play some of that discussion to you, and when we return, I want you to give me your thoughts on this. Let's take a
exchange rate development, and what do the fundamentals say? So, how has the cedi performed under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the last 5 years? And what is the cause of the recent sharp depreciation of the exchange rate of the cedi? The data shows quite clearly, when you look at this graph, shows a clear dichotomy for the depreciation of the cedi between 2013 and 2016 and between 2017 and 2021. Cedi depreciation reached a high of 32.5% in 2014 and declined to 9.7% by 2016. The rate of depreciation further declined to 4.7% in 2017 before increasing to 12.9% by 2019, and then declining again to 3.9% in 2020 and registering 4.1% in 2021. The data shows that the average exchange rate depreciation during the 2017-2021 period, the average exchange rate depreciation over these 5 years under our government is more than twice as stable as during the 2013 to 2016 period, when the average depreciation was 18%. So you are comparing our average depreciation over 5 years of 6.8% to theirs of 18%. It's night and day. And you will see, in fact, when you
Martha, let's stop on there because it's a very key thing he has just done. He's done a comparison and did some averages, and he's trying to tell you that by those averages that his administration or the government that he's serving in as the vice president has performed better than the previous government. But let me do this quickly. I'm going to share again the documents that we are all looking into, which is his statements as published in the 100 and
I've already paused.
No, the internet is giving him trouble in there.
Yeah, I think so.
But as much as in the internet, you see the dishonesty of Dr. Bawumia.
Which dishonesty?
Which one is it?
Okay, let's box it right here.
Academicians here, we are all knowledgeable. I mean, intellectuals sitting over here.
Right.
How can it be striking
9 pages or 29 pages, and then I'm going to pull out the exchange rate.
He's back. He's gone. Good.
How can it be striking average of 3 years as against 4 years? How can you do that? Who, in his right senses, an academician would do such a comparison?
Okay, I get your point. Yeah, so okay.
Yeah, what's the analysis that he did it to suit?
Okay, say it's unfair, but he did it. So
it's not unfair. He knew what he was doing. Dr. Bawumia was doing mischief.
That's not mischief.
All of us sitting over here are academicians. We have all attained our master's degree. None of us will sit here, even my son, Jeremy, who is in 5th grade. If you ask him to strike average, comparison of two things, he's not going to strike average for 3 years as against 4 years. He will never do that. This should tell you Dr. Bawumia is intellectually dishonest.
Not really. We can still do whichever way you want to do it, and we're still going to have the same result.
Okay, so
we can still do it, and we're still going to have the same results. That's the fact.
This is the graph that I would like to show from his presentation. And as you can see,
the internet is not helping our friend at all.
Paul, see, I understand that if you look
guys
at
hear
it,
me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's on and off.
Okay, but can you see the chart I have on display?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, so as you can see, from 2013 all the way to 2014, there was a sharp jump in the depreciation of the cedi. You could see it went from almost less than 2% all the way to about 18%. Then between 2014 to 2016, and we all know what happened in 2014, 2013, where, of course, there was the subprime mortgage issues in America, and it actually resonated in the sub-Saharan Africa within that time frame. And then, of course, a couple of other excuses that the former administration would like to give you. But you could also see that from 2014 all the way down to 2016, there has been a lot of work to bring down the cedi's depreciation all the way back down to under 2% again. Okay? So you inherited a depreciation that was really below 2%. And then it went back up in 2017, up to more than a little above 2% to 3 point something. Then it came down in 2018, went up in 2019, came down in 2020, and the 2020-2021 decline. Some explanation we are getting is because of COVID, people were not importing a lot, so you could see that decline. But prior to that decline, there was this consistent uptick. So
Fred,
the averages does not help us. And even when he was calculating the averages, he made sure he stopped at December. He did not come to the current February 14% that we recorded.
Because he was looking at years, not months.
No. I mean, but at the same time, there are data points that he's reporting, current data points. So, for instance, in this chart right here, you see it up to 2022. 2022 is reported here. So when he was doing his average, he could have used the 2022 in his average, but he took it out.
2022.
Fred, no, hold on.
The depreciation rate.
Hold on, Fred. If you look at it, what he's quoting, it says first quarter depreciation. It's not the entire year. You look at the chart very well that you're showing. It says first quarter depreciation in percentage point. It's not the entire year. So please just look at it very well.
Yeah, so by the end of the year, it would have come down.
No, just look at. I just want to.
Yeah, it is first quarter depreciation. Correct. Correct.
Mr. Muzo.
But what is the point anyway?
Mr. Muzo, you see, the dishonesty of Dr. Bawumia is too much. Okay.
No, Paul.
Dr. Bawumia decided to take 3 years of the NDC era, strike an average, as compared to taking 4 years of the NPP era, strike an average. Academic-wise, we all are academicians over here. Nobody would do such a basic error in comparing two different situations. That's number one. Number two, as you stated, when he was doing, he ended up at a place where if he has added
it was
this,
convenient for him, yeah.
Exactly. Added February, it would have been look very bad for him. But as it may, look, for 2020, 2021, okay, that the dollar depreciation was low because in the whole of 2020, there was no any activity, there was no movement. People were not chasing dollar, people were not traveling, people were not buying dollar, people were not doing business. Everything came to standstill. So that one even helped them. Okay. So for me, as I stated earlier on, if you look at the graph that you just showed, you could see that right from 2019, the economy was bad.
Oh, yeah.
It was that God helped them, and when COVID came, COVID covered it for them for a year or two, and that is why
COVID is not God. Don't go there.
But you guys have
let me make a submission.
Mr. Fia, everything is COVID. I am saying over here that Dr. Bawumia is not to be trusted, because if you do this sort of voodoo analysis, okay, if you do this sort of voodoo analysis, which my fifth grader will not do, then you're not being honest to the good people of Ghana. You take the data, okay, and the data, you present it in the way that it will suit your political interest to let the other administration look bad. And
Okay.
Mr. Amuzo, let me, before I land for Ifa or if anybody to come in, look, this is not Fact Check Ghana. When it goes on the internet, Fact Check Ghana is not a political organization. It's not NDC. It's not MPP. When they checked the Bawumia's presentation, 80% of what he said were false.
Oh no.
80% that were even true. He decided to turn the figures to suit his political interest. And
Okay.
if you have a person as a president, a vice president who is trying to become a president, then I pity for Mother Ghana.
Okay, let me. I want us to.
Okay.
I want us to switch again, but I would like to hear quickly from the two MPP. I don't know if you guys made a comment on this already.
Yeah,
Have you?
I just want. No, we haven't. I just want
Today, Kojo and Afra, if they have nothing to say, you see, they are just trying beating around the bush.
Okay, let's look around the bush.
Let's hear from them quickly. And then we can
Let
I want us to talk about economic growth. I want us to talk about unemployment.
Yeah.
I want us to talk about the digital transformation. So let's keep it moving.
Let me be quick
Just to learn,
on
one thing I
this.
love about Ifa is that when Ifa knows that, his government didn't do well, he comes to the show just to distract attention, and that's what he's doing. because if I
Oh
don't get
wow.
you,
No, that's not true.
So
That's
I
not true.
think there is something for that.
Okay, let's hear from Kojo. Let's hear from Kojo.
Let me go. Okay, so talking about being dishonest in terms of the fact of the situation is the John Mahama administration as president, the first 6 months of that last 6 months of 2012 to 2019, he took office in January 7, 2013, right? So I will agree on you partially that Dr. Bawumia could have gone through the first quarter of 2017, which was still under the NDC because they handed over in 2017, January 7, right? So that would be as a rabbi. You shouldn't say because of that small error, he's dishonest, right?
Well,
So
we're gonna show you a whole bunch of other dishonest things, so don't worry.
No. That's you. I mean, I thought you're a host. You should just.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't mean when I read document from my vice president and I find that he's making an attempt to mislead that I shouldn't point it out.
No.
My being host does not.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just.
No. You have to ask your question in a more objective way than this subjective.
Than being like, yeah, it's like three.
You're taking a stand. You're taking a stand because some of your comments too, they are not true like that. Like you cannot.
Yeah, it's not.
Based on what?
What?
The sources you are quoting are not absolute too.
These are Bawumia sources.
That's also subject to verification.
I didn't bring any information to this conversation, did I?
Then it means it is.
Okay, yeah, but on what basis are you saying?
We don't have any evidence.
So is Bawumia the one who studied economics? So we can understand what Bawumia has because Bawumia said we are not supposed to buy. That is
if he's using average and you want percentage, stick to your percentage. Don't say why did he use average?
I'm saying that he's using the average because, but you know he's using the average because it's convenient for him. The reason being that
this is convenient for you to stay home. You want to go outside? What kind of argument is that?
Hold on, Eva. Have you done anything that is inconvenient to you in your life ever before? Have you? Everybody does everything inconvenience to each other. It's not. That's human beings. We are creatures of human beings. That's who we are.
Okay, let me finish this. He's paid as a vice president to produce accurate information to the citizens of the republic. He cannot manipulate the information that we are paying.
Which one is the manipulation? Which one?
I'll tell you. Which one? Whoa, we are going on.
So far that you've spoken, there hasn't been any manipulation. You see, you guys keep boxing yourself.
Well, I told you that he violated the Fiscal Responsibility Act because he went and told IMF.
No, the Fiscal Responsibility Act is Parliament.
When he went to Parliament,
and nobody has raised that issue in Parliament. Nobody has told anybody.
Nobody raised it in Parliament, so I can't raise it.
No, let me.
If you raise it,
is that what you're saying? That
because based on what? No, based on what? You say IMF. Where is it? IMF. What document?
I say I'm saying he has violated the Fiscal Responsibility Act in 2018 and 2019.
It's not true. It's not true.
Tell me he did not.
It's not true.
It
is not true.
That's because you're not using. I mean, I don't want to. You are throwing a party line because here's the thing. This man reported.
Aren't you being political too?
I'm Ghanaian. The Constitution requires.
I'm Ghanaian too.
But so you are Ghanaian. You are Ghanaian. Specific charges that the vice president is now calling exceptional charges. In 2018, he decided to report them in appendix, hide them. In 2019, he decided to hide them.
He did that. How did you see it?
He did that.
How did you see it?
Okay, when I say hide, you should know because you're intelligent. What I mean is that it is not included in the deficit. That is what we mean by hiding it. It should be reported in the deficit.
So it is in the report, but it is in appendix. So you don't like it. And when you when you read the report, the footnotes are not part of it.
I'm saying
when you read the report, the footnotes are not part of the report.
I'm saying that in 2018 he hid it in the exhibit. In 2019, he had it in the exhibit.
But the exhibit are not part of the report.
I gotta finish, or I'm gonna cut your mic.
But they are not part of the report. Oh, you can cut me off. I don't have a problem with that. But are you telling me that the appendices and the notes are not part of the report? Who told you that? What research is telling you that?
Okay, you can put things in an exhibit or in appendices, but certain things legally have to be reported in your fiscal deficit.
That is up to the person you are reporting to say that, and we have not heard it.
If I don't finish, you just be there shouting because you wouldn't understand what I'm trying to ask you. What I'm trying to ask you is, in 2021, however, the same things that he was putting in appendices, all of a sudden he thought it's okay to report it in the fiscal deficit, and that's what I'm saying.
That is how it is done.
Choose and pick.
No. If I let him finish,
Mr. Muzo, this is what he's going to do because it's not working for him today. So let's move on.
He would have violated the Fiscal Responsibility Act, so he chose to lie to all of us, to go and include that under the line so that it doesn't make it to the Fiscal Responsibility Act. When he went to IMF wasn't going to take that. Therefore, he has to report to the IMF that
the two figures.
The fiscal deficit is actually 7.2. If he told us 7.2, he would have been in violation of what? The Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is a law that was passed actually in the administration. That's all I'm saying.
I asked that.
And it's disappointing for a vice president and minister of finance, the whole government, supervised by Nana Akufo-Addo, to be doing this to us. All Ghanaians should be concerned.
Can I ask you one nice question? Okay, where has this been presented and where in our laws have this been violated, and who has taken any responsibility as a Ghanaian or a member of parliament and point out that our laws have been violated and nobody's doing it? Can you tell me one, or you're just saying on the radio?
What I'm saying, even granted, if parliament did not ask him that, but I'm also telling you that we have 3 years of questions waiting for him.
Mr. Muzo, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say.
Question that he has
been run away from parliament. He's been run away from questions from parliament.
For 2 years now.
You cannot eat your cake. You cannot say, he's
not going to. Amuzu, you are not being interjected by Paul, but when I talk, I'm interjecting you. What kind of whole thing is that? Because it favors you. Because it favors you. What you say here then? Yeah, it's this guy that is talking. You want me to keep quiet so you can make your submission. You are being interjected, but you don't say anything. That's not fair.
When you talk, I stay quiet. But there are certain points that if I want to make, because you and I are going forth and back, if I cannot finish it, you wouldn't understand my question.
But Paul is interjecting and you are not saying anything.
But
it favors you, right? I just want to make that point. Go ahead.
No, if it is between you and I have to finish asking a question so you can respond to me appropriately, I think you should give me the respect enough to finish my question. If you keep interjecting it all the time, I wouldn't finish my question so you can give me the answer that would make your point clear. I like the way. If Paul is saying something in support of what I'm saying already, why should I say he's interjecting me?
I understand, and let's go on.
Your game today is not working. Today is not a good day for you. And
can we all keep quiet for the two of them to go on? Can we all keep quiet?
Today is not a good day for you and Kojo.
Can you keep quiet for the guy to finish? And the host is not saying anything, and that's my concern. I have a responsibility to answer after this program, and I can't be sitting here for you to punch me like that.
Let me just land. You see, concerning the appreciation, you see, Paul made something. I was clapping when Paul was talking, right? I was so happy. At one end, he's saying that, the government, everything was going down during COVID-22. And in 2020, everything went down because of the COVID. So there was no productivity, right? The whole borders of our country was closed for 2 years. You know how much comes in and goes every time?
That was
you see, if I was doing to you, you weren't happy with it.
Because the border,
when if I was doing to you, you weren't happy.
So many people advocate for you to open this border for how many years? I come from a border town, so whenever you mention a border, it becomes personal to me. So you can go ahead.
See, you see, when if I was doing to you, you were so crazy now. Now you're doing it to me. You
well, I'm the host, so I get to get some privileges, you know.
If I has brought Kojo is so sweet in talking. You see that way Kojo is talking and trying to back Kojo today. Your talking is not going to work. You brought a good person to come and convince us, but today, unfortunately, your government didn't help you.
Okay,
if I were to
let him go.
Let me move on. So there has been, so we started complaining, I would say 6 months ago, when everything started complaining in terms of reopening the border, but the border was closed and 2 years, right? The reason being the government in power, led by the Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was thinking, hey, like he gave that famous speech that everybody was all over the world saying, hey, we know how to bring the economy back, but we don't know how to bring people's back, right? So that was the reason. So we will lose a lot of money through the border town. For me, I'm a businessman. I go through Togo, Burkina Faso, and all the borders. That's why I run my business, right? I go that area a lot. So I know what comes between the border things when it's open. So yes, it was affecting revenue in terms of the government itself. But was it necessary? Was it something that we were supposed to do to safeguard the people of Ghana? Because the government is sworn into government to protect the people of Ghana. It's not always going to be economical. It's part of health. It's part of security. It's part of all other amenities that the Ghanaian people are supposed to have. So it affects the country for what we should all know. Like my brother is saying, Paul is saying that. I bet you when his government, God forbid for them to be in power, there's nothing they can do. If the dollar have to stay, let's say $7 or $8 by the time, when they come in the first year, the dollar is going to go up. They are going to eliminate all these things that they're saying we are not doing good. They will tell, oh, we didn't know that was how bad it was. But we're just coming to fix it.
Let me bring in a fire. Let me so I can bring in a fire.
So the whole thing is, things are not right in terms of how our structure of the economy is. It's about time we welcome, like people learning, people like you. I know you have your leaning to your political party. It's okay. I also have mine. Let's come together and say, yes, these two parties have been in power for a while. They bring this same policies when they're out of government. They talk, oh, I'll do this, and when they come, is that time that we have to fight again?
Because if that's what your party does, just claim it and stop trying to say some other party does the same thing.
So
just say that
it means that
they did not deliver on it, because they are saying that for their flagship programs, they've paid only 15 billion since 2017.
You're going back. What I'm
so
trying
today.
to say is, hold on, we're going back. What you're trying to say is, if you say that's not how it has been since this Fourth Republic, then the host is being very disingenuous. You know it. Just be truthful. Forget about politics. We're talking about Mother Ghana. Whatever we have here, at the end of the day, when we turn 70, 60, we're going back to that village that we
Are
don't
you
want.
saying
that
that
we're thinking.
The former administration spent 15 billion on their flagship programs?
Am I saying the former administration spent 15 billion
on their flagship programs? For the
what flagship program?
They didn't have any.
They didn't have any. Which one did they have? What? Let's create Luther and share. Is that the one you're talking about?
Anyway,
yeah. And Airbus, maybe Airbus and Ambra. And and I confirm.
On that note, I wanted to bring you into this conversation because, again, here we are paying 17 billion just for excess capacity charges. We are paying 25 billion just to clean the banking sector, something that Paul will tell you can do with 12 billion. Mahama will tell you can do with 9 billion. But when it comes to the things you said you were going to do that would change the economy from taxation to production, you only spent 15 billion. So where is this management that you have done that you can point to and say, because of that, the economy is growing? Because I think people are telling you that your economy has slowed since 2018, that the only growth that actually accrued to you in 2017 came from investments made before you came into power. That since then, all your flagship programs that you even yourself claim you've only spent 15 billion on, which is really, really small, all right, compared to what you used to close banks when you could have kept those banks, and the excess money would have even paid for twice your flagship program, the employment programs you did. I'm going to show you the numbers so we can actually dig into them one after the other. And it tells a story. What is that story to you? Would you support what Bawumia keep claiming, that he has presided over a robust economic growth?
Please let him flow, okay? Please.
That is in my book.
Thank you very much. But I was thinking I was going to make a statement on the exchange rate, if I can make it quickly. You see, let's be objective about the way we've handled exchange rate, okay? Dollar, cedi depreciation, or the dollar against the other currencies. And we have to be honest with ourselves. Government is not doing what it takes, because we're going to see these occasional movements. Okay, I honestly will say that something like the one district, one factory, which is to turn our raw materials into productive thing that we can send out instead of importing, is going to help. But we also need to look at a lot of stuff like importation of certain things, and these are the things that are the driving, the moving force. Another thing, I know that as a country, sometimes we need to give tax incentives for some companies, because if you don't do that, then they're not going to come in. But we do too much. We do too much in that area. We need to look at. And then the capital flight through that Paul talked about. I don't know if it was Kojo DC who talked about that. We see our economy, the big production in the country. Talk about the minerals and our resources. You know, the gold, the oil, even the telecommunication sector and all these kind of stuff. You know, they are manned, or there's a significant chunk of foreigners in there, and they don't reinvest their profit. And we need to have a look at that. You know, Professor Adai made a statement that we need to have a legislation that pin them into how they move their money out of the country, because they don't move their money out of the country.
Have them come into your country. Why would they bring money to invest in your country if you're going to restrict? You know,
no. Okay, I'm talking about their profit.
Entice investors to come. So
if you can let me finish, because we've been doing this thing for.
We're going to do something that will rather drive.
We've been doing this thing for years. Okay, and this is what we should be doing. We should be doing what the Chinese did, which is, you know, technology transfer and human resource, you know, development in such a way that it takes over, you know, when the contract is ending. But I don't see that happening. So, for instance, right now in the oil sector, if the oil contract is coming to an end, I don't know what the years are. Who is the Ghanaian company, wholly owned Ghanaian company, that we know that when he gets profit, he will go into real estate, farming and other stuff, that the money will stay. You got my point? So we need to be doing
that for 5 years. So these are questions that...
It is not a 5-year thing. Okay, let me give you... Okay, hold on. Yeah. No. If you see, if you talk in the moment, you are not going to fix your problem, because one day MPP is not going to be there. Now, let me give you a typical example. Somebody came and at the port, he has signed 35 years contract. What has that got to do with 5 years? What has that got to do with 5 years?
Renegotiating. I thought one of the solutions you are going to embark on is to renegotiate even power purchase agreements and all kinds of agreements.
Do you know how much we would have paid if we had let them cancel some of them? Do you know how much we would have paid for interoperability? That some people took us to this thing. We've saved the money. We've saved the country money, Papa. That is a fact. You see, the long and short of the whole argument is that had it not been us managing, we would have been in some deep something. I don't want to use the word. But because all that we are talking about could have been worse if it was the other people and not us. That is a fact. Take it or leave it.
Don't support that,
and we always continue to do it.
Now, the numbers don't support that, though.
Huh?
The numbers don't support that.
Oh, the numbers do. It depends on how you interpret it. Now, it's all about interpretation, right? Because you can't tell me that economic growth
means nothing to the pocket of the Ghanaian. You can't tell me that
You're not
exchange
even
rate.
talking about the economic growth. You guys are talking about the average economic growth. When it comes to the real economic growth today, you run. You can't talk about economic growth because
Okay. So in your studies, average is not part of studies. Average is not part of it.
It is part of studies when it makes sense, but you can't just say
it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense
for you to come and tell me
it
that
doesn't make sense to you. It makes sense to me.
average
It
economic
makes sense
growth.
to Bawumia. It makes sense to MPP.
Your economic is crashing. The trajectory
It's not crashing.
is down.
It will never crash. It is not. Last year, hey, these people are disturbing me. An economy that is crashing grew better than the
Better than what?
An economy that they say will grow negative during COVID did not grow negative. You say it's crashing.
You got 3 oil fields, so I mean, are you comparing?
I don't know resources of the country. I don't know resources of the country.
So
When
Kufuor
grew the economy to lower middle income, was there any oil? Was there any oil?
Interest rates. Kufuor didn't have to pay interest rates.
I am telling you, when Kufuor grew the economy up to middle income, was there any oil?
He didn't have to pay interest rate. He had a lot of.
No. Don't say he didn't pay.
Hold on. Let me answer him. Now,
he pick cancel all our debt. So if I don't argue that direction.
Now, let me not go there. How? What I'm saying is that at the time Kufuor left office, he has grown the economy to up to a certain point. And somebody came and mismanaged it and went for policy credibility. What are you talking about? There has to be a consistency.
No. Efa, we know that the Atamil's administration had the highest GDP growth ever known to Ghana. Let me finish this one so you can go on. Let me finish so you can move on.
Does not even mention Atamil's name. You want us to mention him?
Okay, great. Let me finish my point. He has recorded 12% consecutively. But here's the thing, right? Then the whole world suffered through a subprime mortgage crisis, which caused even the United States to go through a recession. We call it the Great Recession. It was the worst in 2008 to 2012. The United States was in a recession.
2008, NDC wasn't in government. We weren't in government. We were doing bad.
But you did not, my brother. Whatever happens in the United States in 2008 did not run. It didn't impact Ghana then in 2008.
But
it took time for it to actually register in Ghana.
You're the same host is saying covered and
so you believe that some mortgage but you don't believe it. What kind of
pandemic? Finish my points, right? If you don't have the house, it's okay for me to not finish my point. But I'm saying that, right? There was a subprime mortgage challenges that affected the entire. It caused the financial system to pretty much come to its knees.
It was financial crisis all over the world.
Financial crisis all over the world, very deep one, and therefore the government then of John Dramani Mahama had to go through that and manage out of that.
Don't mention Mahama.
Vice President.
I'm saying that the subprime mortgage crisis.
You want to go and mention Mahama?
No, come on now. If I let him
he has given me that he's not letting me talk. Come on now.
The impact of the subprime mortgage crisis did not actually manifest in Ghana until around 2012, 2013.
Oh, and no, wait, don't even bring it. Don't even bring it.
Because if
America was recovering, Barack Obama
I need to finish my point, then you can make yours, right? Right. Let me finish my point. If it did, then Atamils is a genius to be growing the economy at 14% in the middle of a great recession.
Have you heard that? Have you heard that condemning Atamils? Have you heard that people condemning Atamils?
But the reason that was
incompetent one,
my brother. The reason that was the case is that the impact of the subprime, the financial crisis is not like when it happens in the United States today, then you feel it in Ghana tomorrow. It takes time to register in places like Ghana.
No way. No way, my brother. My brother, listen. Where you're
Hey, let
going,
me
you're
finish.
just slippery,
But let me finish with the question he asked, so we can come in and because I
just
didn't
saying
make this
no
point.
way doesn't, you know. Go ahead.
No. What up, Paul? Were you here
Hey,
in 2012?
I
Were you here in
have to say
2012?
this,
Were you here in
please.
2009?
I've been here since before you were born.
No, you don't know my age, Joe. I
You
might
were born here. You were born
I might be
here.
young, but don't look at me. I'm
Yeah,
too
You
but
were born
I've been
here.
here for a long time, so I went through all that. Yeah.
Okay. Let if I finish, and then I'll maybe Paul will finish, and I'll.
So let
just
me
say
come back.
wow.
Let me come back to the flagship program and stuff like that. The banking sector stuff and all that. For me, I think we should go. I have to polish my words so Paul and you don't use against me. Because at the end of the day, we're making commentary, but it's also politics. So the banking sector cleanup, we have to go after the people that caused the problem and recoup all those monies. I mean,
5
as
years,
much as
5 years on.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But you know, it needs to be done, and then so that we can recoup that money. Now, the flagship programs, all that is going into the Ghanaian economy is going into people's lives and all that kind of stuff. And what are these flagship programs? Planting for Food and Jobs, free SHS, the drones, the ambulances, you know, all these monies that government is pumping in is, you know, to all this is at the various part of the economy, and they are good. They are very important. I want government to spend even more than that amount of money, because it is important. We need to change lives of certain people in that country, and it is important that government takes up certain things. You see, you cannot change lives of people if you don't come in and do certain things. It is done everywhere in this world, including where we sit here and we talk about all these things. So it is important. Now, maybe there are some, we need to be looking at them in terms of, you know, the results that are coming in and what is it that we need to do to make them more viable and more to be able to, you know, absorb some of these things and to make the economy stand on its feet as we all want it to be. But they are important and they need to be just like that. For me, we're spending less over there. We need to spend more, and then we need to really go for some of these monies that we spend in other areas that we need to go recover them and make sure that we show up in the economy. But all in all, when you look at all these things and you put them together, you know, you give them a plus. You're not going to give them a minus, because had we not been in power, things would have been worse than we are experiencing. But we are going to get there. We are definitely going to be out of it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Paul has to leave, but Paul, before you leave, I do have a chart on unemployment that is very critical, and I need you to address that for me before you go. On the unemployment front, it also shows that a lot of work was done prior to this administration, and since they came in, things stall again. I don't know if my internet is dealing with me good right now, but look at this. So you can see that unemployment. Okay, let me click out of here that way. I don't know why. All right, I'll move it up a little bit. Great. You can see that unemployment on this chart that I'm showing you was hovering around, 6 to 7%. From 2014, it was about 6.5 or so. Then it went up to almost 7% in 2015. Then it started coming down in 2016. So it actually dropped all the way to about 6 again. And then by 2017, it was around almost about 5%. And then you could see a steady little climb all the way to 2020. Okay, so I'm bringing this out because we've had a lot of investments, or we've had programs like youth unemployment, all these other programs that we spend some money on. But clearly, what is this communicating to you? Is this communicating anything about the yeoman's job that FR and his government has done to, actually employ the ordinary Ghanaian?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Amuzu. I think I have some visitors, so I have to leave you guys.
Sure.
So with the unemployment, once again, the vice president lied with the way he presented the figures. Okay, he tried to create impression as if under their government, that was when they had a lot of people. Unemployment figures went down. But looking at the graph you just show, is the opposite direction. I am saying that with all this youth unemployment or NAPCO, all these things, Ghana is at the threat of youth unemployment. One of the security risks in Ghana is that employment is an issue in Ghana. So I think we all have to work as a team to get this thing together to make sure that we work on this security issue with employment to employ our youth to get them to work. I think I have to end here because there's a lot of noise here, background noise here, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, understood.
Nice
All
nice seeing you, Paul. But we will talk later.
Right. Yeah, Paul, I'll call you.
Kwejo, after the call, I want to talk to you and if let's have a conference call, please. Thank you.
No problem.
I'll call you about our investment back home. Why?
All right, thank you, Paul. Who wants to go first?
I just want to go.
You want to tackle this?
So, you're asking what have the government in terms of our government coming into in the being or in existence 2017 January, we've been able to do industrialization of the economy. We're able to bring these big automobile companies in that are being assembled in Ghana. We have almost about 128 1D, 1F that is in operational now. We have almost 264 that is ongoing in terms of that is ongoing. We have the food, what do you call it? Bauxite and aluminum integration that is also in the process that is going on. We are planting for food, rare for food and jobs. We have the road sector. We've done it all. We've just done in terms of digitization of the economy.
So what is preventing all that from reflecting in the unemployment numbers?
So Paul, like I always said to you that initially when I started, I said something. I said all investment or business that you have done, most of the time, even here, if I know, maybe I don't know if you have own any business. Any business that you put in, the government give you 4 or 5 years that they know you're not going to make profit, right? So it's that investment that is being done. It's money that has been pumped. Those money are not going to be recouped within 5 years or 6 years. You see the benefit after 6 years, 7 years when they are paying it. Because remember, the 1D, 1F that we spend a lot on, those monies are not, they are tax incentives. They are not going to pay into the government. They might be enjoyed by our next government when our president comes in. That's where you see the growth coming on. So this is our investment. This is not something like a lottery where you put in, they just cash up, right? This is investment. It takes a long time as a business person.
So we've been investing. So you're saying that we've been investing heavily into factories, building things, so many factories,
roads, so many factories that is listed.
But I'm saying that has been going on since 2017. And until now, it doesn't look like, even in 2018, after a year, in 2019, after 2 years, 3 years, that it's reflecting in the unemployment numbers. You're not seeing the unemployment actually go down. Meanwhile, if you look at 2015, 2016, you can see a marked reduction in unemployment.
Okay. So this is where the problem is. We have our Ghana Statistical Board that gives all the employment. How is those really counted? Are we using the people in the formal sector, which is in the public sector, and the formal sector, which we know they are paying taxes? There are a lot of people
questioning the data.
Yes, I've always questioned the data in terms of.
This is what the vice president reported to the Republic.
Hold on, Paul. Sorry, not Paul. Alfred. Hold on, listen. Alfred, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm very, very specific on names. I like to be called my name, so I'm so sorry to say that. Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to learn about. You see, we saying that we have a statistics in Ghana. How many people? We have about 30 million people. Not all 30 million people are going to work or be in the workforce, right? At least, let's say, average about 15 or 10, 12 million people are going to be in the workforce. How many of these people we have in our database, like here in America, where you can see Kojo has a social security that I can be verified. Even if I'm not working for a government or a company, then I could be see that I'm a self-employed, right? We really don't have that. So this very statistics, I've always questioned them from day one. Like until we have like this Ghana card that we have and that we're trying to make sure everybody will be in the system, then we can say, oh, these people are working from Mokola, even though they are not in the normal formal system, they're informal, but we know how much they are earning.
Be as it may, right? This is what we have. This is what we use for comparison.
So I'm giving a little bit doubt. I'm giving a little bit doubt. Maybe let me say that. Let me give it a little bit doubt because to me it's not really an accurate thing. That was like here every week there's a job numbers. Every month there's job numbers that comes. Every week they have what do you call it? The unemployment or what do you call it? What's the name? It just comes in and goes like how many people have gone in to collect unemployment benefits, and we have that statistic because we know the data is there. We don't really have that big data in our country. We should all admit on that. That's what I'm saying. So I might have a little bit doubt in terms of both whatever government have come into through.
So you are saying the vice president reported a data that you don't trust?
That is your assumption. I'm not saying that. That is your assumption. I'm not saying that, but you know that you're just spinning it. I understand it. It's okay. But this is the situation that we're. When we came into power, we've done a lot. We've done a lot of investment. Like I said, we never had where you can just go to the passport office and then you just go in there, you say, I want a passport, they do for you have to go through Goroboy. We never had that easy access of getting your national health insurance renewed. We never had that. We never had that access where when somebody hits your car, you can just pick their phone number, their car number and put it on your phone and find out if that person have a driver's license and insurance or not. All those has been digitized, right? And also our workforce are also digitized. Everything is now. Then now, if you go to the DMV now, you don't really have. Like I went to Ghana to stay for 4 months. I went there. I wanted a driving license. I took my U.S. driving license, went to the DVLA, and I told them, they say, hey, pull your driving record from America and give it. I just put it. Within 2 hours, I have a driving license. It never had happened when I was living in Ghana, right? So there's been a lot of there's a lot of investment. Come again.
Did you have to go through a Goroboy or you did it straight?
No. That's the point. That was something I was even going to know. When I went to we always blame government. We forget about the civil servants that are sitting down there. I went to DVLA and I tell the lady, I want to get my driving license. Somebody who was employed to sit down there and work so she get paid based on what I bring. She asked me, do you want to do it yourself? I say yes, I want to do it myself. So I have somebody who can do it. I said no, I'm not paying 1,500 for somebody. Guess what? I spent 756 Ghana cedis and I had my license in 2 hours.
All right.
Right. So these are the investment that we did not have initially, right? We have expanded, like the vice president said, before 2016 when we came in, people who are applying for passports was just 1 million people annually. Now we have about 26 million people applying annually. That's bringing income. We are expanding. It's going through other regions where you don't really have to travel all the way. It's not all the regions, but the major ones where you can do your passport and all of that. We're employing, immigration officers, mostly on the big towns in our countries, right? These are things that we will not see today. Like the free HSI that we have now is 4 years, right? The former president was talking about we are giving less quality. We look at the results that we've been having since 2017.
Nah, don't even go there.
Awesome.
But
no, that's what you're saying. But the importance of education, we should not forget that. You see, most of us, we went through the senior high school. That's where it transformed us. We didn't know anything that we're doing when we were little. But once you go to secondary school, it just changes your life. It changes your perspective of things, right? So that thing, the benefit we will not see it now. But in 10, 20 years, you see, oh, this guy was doing a great
thing. Okay. So I was actually asking about unemployment, and then you kind of went through a detour. But essentially, you would think that all the things that you've just mentioned now, all the digitization efforts that is making insurance easy to verifiable, making, getting a driver's license, using Goroboy, a thing of the past, all the transformation agenda that you've embarked on, you would think that when that registers in improvement in unemployment, that you'll be the first to actually hold that up as a golden plaque to show us. But the unemployment number you're showing us again, doesn't depict that picture, doesn't depict an economy that is changing from taxation to production, because it looks like an economy that is stagnant.
The reason, yeah,
significantly since 2016, it has stayed in the same place.
The reason you are not seeing all of that, remember, when we came into government, right, there was a wet frozen on all agencies and departments. We're an IMF program, there's nothing. There's the only time in our history of Ghana that we have unemployment association graduates that have graduated. All those people were bad luck, right? They're all back there. We have to put them in the system. And the country is growing every day. We went 25 million people this year. We were like 20 million next year. People are growing. People are coming. There are 400,000 graduates coming out from school every day, and they're all looking for jobs. So the numbers might happen like, oh, why are we still in decline in terms of unemployment on the chart? But we can tell you, if we had maybe 200, let's say 200,000 people unemployed, now we have been able to cut.
Oh, he's okay. I think
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, I think.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Kojo actually just went off.
Yeah, his line is kind of back.
So I think we've been on for hours, you know.
Yeah, I wanted him to go. I have a totally different view of what. Okay.
What we are saying. Okay, so let me finish and then you can
jump in. So I understand that, the numbers on the chart is not right. It is, because you can't tell me since we came to government we've not employed anybody. Can you tell me that since 2016? You cannot. But like I said, we were in the deep hole when we came into government. All these data, that's why I say I have a little bit doubt when it comes to this statistics, because if we have recorded all this unemployment, we will see that by the 2012 to 2017 when the government left, the unemployment might be higher than that. So I'm giving a little bit doubt on that, and I must be frank with you, I will not retract on that until we have like a correct database like here where we can pinpoint what everybody does at the end of the day. There's always that number, but it doesn't mean that we've not employed. We've done a lot for the Ghanaian people. We've done a lot in terms of
you see, this is the problem we have. You know, whenever the data favors you, you are quickly to claim it. Oh, let's use averages. It's good. When the data doesn't favor you, you don't trust the data.
No, I've always, if you listen, the people who knows me, I've always questioned the Ghana Statistical Board. It's not when the
this is coming from World Bank, though. This is not. You want me to show it again? This is actually from the World Bank.
I understand it, but what data are they using? Because we don't have any data. Trust me.
It is the one the vice president of the nation.
I agree with it.
Delivered to us.
I understand that. I understand that. I understand. But what I'm saying is, between me and you, we all can tell that this is no. We have like almost the 60 to 70% of informal sector that is developing our economy. You know that, I know that. People who paid, we have 30 million people, we have about 2.5 million.
You've built all this fact. The one I want from you is, you see, if the fundamentals are weak, the data would expose you. I mean, if you were building,
fundamentals are not weak.
Well,
they are strong. They are really strong.
You know, you are building all this. You are not shifting from taxation to production. There's no production happening, because if production is happening, people will be hired to do it. You know, that's why we are where we are. But let me get a power on that.
No, I remember. Let me ask you. Did we have 128 factories when we left in 2016? Did we have that?
I would have wanted Paul to actually answer those questions for you, because
no, but man, you're like Paul. You're like Paul sitting in the console, in front of the console, man. You just answer yourself.
No, I mean, there's a flow of thoughts that most of those factories are actually old factories that you guys.
Okay, let's assume 100 of them were old factories.
That supports the fact, because you can see that there's no uptick in unemployment. There's no downtick in unemployment. Unemployment is actually going up. That is the problem. But anyway, let's take a file on this one.
Let me just conclude. So, assuming that all those factories, let's say 100 of them or 110 of them were old factories and has been expanded. So what do you mean by expansion? Expansion means you're adding something to it. So they're still going to employ.
They were thrown, paint was thrown on them.
Like I said, you should be sitting in that console and writing this.
I'm saying that I wish Paul would have been the one to answer that to you.
No, but you answered the question.
There's a school of thought out there that says that all these factories are old factories that are being recycled. Anyway.
As a learned person, that's a fact.
I'm just looking at the unemployment number, and the unemployment number is indicative of that. It actually supports that. So
we have not employed anybody since we came to government. Is that what you're saying?
That's not how unemployment works. I don't know if you know. The unemployment, you can hire people, but if more people graduate and join the employment, the labor pool, your unemployment can stay the same. It doesn't mean you have not hired anybody. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that your unemployment rate has not decreased. That's what I'm trying to say. Afa, over to you, sir.
Yeah, so I want to take you up from where you landed. The graph you show is telling you that the unemployment rate from 2016 to now has decreased. So
you want me to show you again?
Yeah, show again. And I like the line that has been put over there. Now look at 2016. Now look at 2016.
2016, yes.
Yeah, you see the line, you see the yellow line over there?
I put the yellow line there and the red line.
Okay, yeah. So what it means is that there is a gap. It is telling you the gap between the blue line at the last end, and then there's a gap, which means all those people have employed. So the percentage.
You should be crediting that to the previous administration from where they took it from. Like they had a problem. Of course, we are accepting that under 2015, the unemployment rate went out of the roof because the government was under this IMF
policy. We are not talking 2015 because it's too high. Let's go. I mean, we can. If you want to draw your line to 2015, we've still done better, but we don't want to go there because this is.
So what I'm saying is that, right? You see from 2015. 2016, 2017, the signs of some considered work done there to reduce the unemployment rate. It came down.
Right.
But after you came into office, which is from 2017, and after all your 1D1Fs, after all your flagship programs per se, everything you were doing to transform the economy, digitization into this productive economy that doesn't depend too much on taxation, that it did not show because unemployment actually started ticking up after 2018. It actually went up slightly.
Yeah,
so
but okay.
So shows that,
Yeah, I understand the point. But like you said, you see, we got to look at two factors here: population growth and human resource development. That is what brings in. So
this is like expressing percentages. So it takes care of the adjustments in population growth because it's done in percentages.
Yeah, but whatever you're saying, the number of people that we had in 2016, 2017, 2018 are not the same that we have in
so
each year.
You'll be comparing your numbers to the ones they have in 2016 because now you have more people. But we are saying that because it's percentage.
Exactly. But we have more people. We have more people, and the unemployment line is not catching up to the 2016, which means we're still doing something that is bringing the number at this level.
The number is not going down at all. It stays flat. And it's
it's not. It's not. From 2016 to this time, it's not flat. Show that the figures again. It's not flat for you. It's not flat.
Look at the time you came into office, right? That's all where the yellow boxes. The yellow boxes just captured NPP time frame, right?
Okay, yeah.
If you concentrate on that, there hasn't been a decline from that time to now. There's not a decline.
No. The line between the yellow and the blue is a decline. Let me see that.
But I'm saying, okay, NDC was there for 2016. That's why I didn't put the yellow line on them.
Okay.
2016, that's NDC, and you can see them declining it.
Okay.
They actually brought it down.
Okay.
But you came in 2017, right? So in 2017, you inherited, and matter of fact, your policies did not even kick in until I would say sometime. So most of the time we say all the impact you've seen in 2017, majority of that came from investments or expenditures that were incurred in 2016.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
The data is lagging.
It's not always true.
I find the data is lagging. It's not an exact
Yeah,
this
but
data this data is lagging.
But me and you know that it is not. You cannot say that. You cannot say that if the factors that made them whatever is the same factors that
what is
affected
the meaning of whatever
when it comes to employment. Because
you said the factors that made them whatever. I don't understand what whatever means.
Oh no, what I'm saying is that if you say the factors that make them decline, whatever was the factors that make the unemployment number decline, maybe they employed, maybe more whatever investments came in or whatever, may not necessarily mean the same factor that we use for the unemployment here, because 2016 we still could not employ in the public sector.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's public sector is not the only place that employs, and you could see the number of people. It could be that people left the labor pool, whatever, or whatever it is, whatever the factors or whatever the case is, right? It shows in these numbers that you had 2017 when you started, and if you had all this investment, you should expect that the unemployment rate in 2017 compared to 2018 should be going down. It did not go down.
So you are looking at like a declining from 2017 downwards. Not like that upwards. Oh, okay. Now,
the government, the new government pump into youth employment and all this and all that, one district, one factory and all that. You should see unemployment going down.
Okay. From within our government, right? And not comparing it to. Okay. So now I understand your question there. Yeah, that is a fact. And one of it is, so if you check 2017, right, there was a lot of pressure on public employment. So, we did a lot in that area. In addition to the private sector picking up some other stuff, we had the biggest foreign direct investment in one of the years. I don't know whether it was 2017 or 2018, whatever. So all those things were factors. Foreign people coming in, which areas and stuff like that were they coming in and stuff like that. So that is a factor. Now, when you look at 2018, right? So 2018, I don't have the data yet to look at what really went up a little bit. But it's obvious that government has always been the private sector has always been the biggest employer.
Been the biggest employer, correct?
Yeah. So it will be a situation that the number of people that were employed at this time couldn't be the same. But at the same time, that the human resource increases in terms of people that come from these various universities and stuff like that kind of remain the same or have been increasing over the years because of all these universities and all these private sectors coming up.
To me, simply, right? And what is this? To me, what this indicates simply is that all the expenditures that we are saying we are putting all the money, of course, we even admitted that even the flagship programs, really, one district, one factory included, and all these things in combination, we spend about 15 billion for the 5 years, which is truly what this number is showing. Because if all you spend is 15 billion, then of course you're not going to see any uptick in unemployment. You won't.
Okay, so not all of them is to employ, right? So when you look at when you look at free SH, for instance, it's taking more money and less employment, right?
Why not more employment? Because now all of a sudden the students have to do double track. More teachers are needed to be on the payroll.
Okay, no. There were additions.
Now there are more secondary schools than before, so it should actually result into more employment, shouldn't it?
No. You have to understand the situation unless you push it in. You are pushing in something that wasn't there. So it depends on if we put in double track, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at if the existing teachers could help or how many you have to add. I know there were some teachers that were high to add up, but that will mean not only in that area, but other stuff. But what I'm saying is that when you look at the employment in free SHS, right? It is the employment is less than, say, for instance, the money that will be used on the students and other stuff. So more money will be going into expenditures that will not necessarily employ. You got my point? Right. Exactly. So
and then I think free SHS is one of the area that has really consumed this a chunk of this 15. Then the others will come in. Now, when you take the planting for food and jobs, right? So the agri sector has also employed, but you see, take me for instance. I have about 100-acre land. The person goes in to weed and do certain things. It's ended.
Growing on it.
I grow cashews and mangoes.
Good.
Yeah. So you see, the employment there is to a certain point. You lay them off, and then it becomes seasonal. You just go and weed around it and stuff like that. So it's kind of an area where employment goes up because maybe you plowing the land, you putting it in shape. Once it's done, off you go. You just go in there every year to do
over factories, 100 and over factories. So, like I said, we should expect to see some growth in the employment. That's all I'm saying.
So when it comes to that one, a quick on that. The government had wanted to focus on like new factories. Now, when we made a presentation to budget, then we were told like somebody, for instance, like Daco Farms had collapsed. Okay? Daco Farms was up, has collapsed. So the government said, okay, so you want to build up new ones. There are ones that are facing challenges. That is why they had to include all of them. The original intent...
The government did not intend to build factories. The government was just going to help private sector.
Exactly. But new ones, like, come up with totally new this thing, but we needed to shore up other stuff. That's why you see. So when we mention all these numbers, it is a combination of new and existing ones that needed financial capital for them to be able to employ more. Now, let's situate ourselves. No. Let me make this point because it's very important. Let's situate ourselves into the situation, and then we're going to understand. I don't know how the numbers are going to be, but we will need some time for them. Now, let's take, for instance, a Kumfi juice, right? Once right now, it is up to a certain capacity. Then they have to increase it over time and stuff like that. Then distributions will come in. So some of the employment will begin to grow over years. Because once they move from the Cape Coast region, come to Accra, then the employment and the outlet and stuff like that will come in. Then maybe outgrowers will be increased and stuff like that, and all these kind of things will come in. So we need some kind of time to be able to add more to some of these numbers, other than all of a sudden, because we mentioned this, we gotta see this. Because we mentioned this, we gotta see this. I am not really surprised at the numbers, but we cannot also say that we need to go look for some numbers somewhere. Let's use this to work until we come up with the exact accurate, because there is a way, even though we may not have the accurate data, there are some numbers they put in to represent what we have.
If you say we don't have accurate data, unemployment, we haven't had accurate data for a very long time.
What I'm saying is that
the trend. You can still see the trend.
Exactly.
I think this is where the trend matters, because
exactly.
You can see where, from 2015, you could see the drop, the reduction in unemployment. But then you could see after the NPP took over where it stayed flat and there was no movement again. And that just indicates that, that whole industrialization agenda is not really taking off the way
it is, but we need to do more, because that is what has stabilized it. Other than that, maybe it would have gone on more, because
it was trending down when you came. It was trending down.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee. There's show the this thing again. Show the figure again. Show it again. Let me explain something to you.
What's up?
No. When you look at hold on. When you look at 2014, it was down, right?
I said from 2015.
Don't do Paul stuff. No, because no. Look at 20. What I'm saying is that 2016, there is no guarantee that if they had stayed in power, it would have come down.
No, but the impact of their policies is what is.
Which policy? Which policy you talking about, man? Which policy?
Let me
we
finish.
have to come, and I am
when you came into government, you didn't do your budget until around June, right?
But we are talking about the whole. You see, when you have this, it's the year. It's the year.
Oh my God! But hear me out. You
It's
didn't do
2017.
around June. You shouldn't expect the ramification of your budgets in 2017 to even take impact and reflect in the 2017 numbers, because the 2017 numbers you're showing is still a lagging data from the investments or policies that were implemented.
That statement.
That's what
that statement is not true, because 2014 it went down, whatever was the reason, and then 2015 it shot up.
Lagging, then you don't understand economics, because these numbers are all lagging. They are not. They are not. What do you call it? They are not to like whatever investment you make in 2017 will not reflect in your 2017 outturns. It wouldn't. You wouldn't see
No, that's not true.
Oh,
no, that's not true.
I don't know about you,
but
yeah,
Paul. Alfred, sorry, Alfred. So listen, this is the situation. I understand you said the numbers are stagnant. You should also remember, since 2014, there was a freeze on employment to the public. You understand?
Correct.
So all those numbers did not come in because nobody was applying for work from all ministry, departments, agencies.
2015, that showed the freeze.
Yes, I understand. That's what I'm saying. It shows the freeze. 2017, 2016, it was showing the freeze at the same time. 2017, the same time. See, the IMF program was for 3 years.
Yeah,
it ended into. If you let me finish in 1 minute,
right? The only employer is not government, and the conditions the conditions for employment happens to be created by government. Here you see clearly that even though there was a freeze on employment, which has shown the high numbers of unemployment, even though there's a freeze and you can see the high number of unemployment, the high numbers in the high unemployment numbers from 2014 to 2016, other sectors, for instance, the private sector was employing, which caused the drag down, which caused the decline in 2016, in 2017.
I disagree with you. Government is the most employed or business in terms of, because all these private sectors, majority, all of them base their employment or their business through the government. You understand? People who are doing contractors, everything. If you're a private sector, you don't do road for private sector people. You do road for government. If you are in the business of whatever else that you're doing,
if you do road for, if you're a private sector, if you're a road contractor and you do road for government, are you being employed by the government?
Not all of that. It's not like
private sector. Yeah. Are you being employed by the private sector?
If I was building
hospitals, if I was building a lot of hospitals, I was building roads, I was building schools. Couldn't you see how the private sector could have employed people in 2016?
Yes, that's the point I was trying to make earlier on saying, for instance, right? If the government was not spending, where is the money coming from? Well, how is the private sector getting the money to employ those people? Because everything was freezing. Nothing was there, right? So
employment was frozen. It didn't mean expenditure was frozen. They were still doing capital expenditure. There was all kinds of construction going on.
Capital expenditure of what? What expenditure capital? Because see, this is the problem that I'm having. Like I told you, the data was wrong. This thing was coming from where? The World Bank or IMF? This is the same financial institutions, right? They give you the numbers to tell you that the program that they've put you in is right. That's why your unemployment is coming down.
Oh my God,
we all knew.
No, but
hold on 1 minute. In actual fact, we all knew there were kids who were picketing and telling that they don't have jobs. There are nurses who were galloped since 2012 who were not employed. There were teachers who were sitting there since 2012 that were not employed. There were nurses who were sitting down since 2012 that were not employed. So how did the unemployment decline when all these people who are finished year on and year on have not been able to get employment?
Kojo, I don't think the MPP has even should be given the opportunity to even say the things you're saying. You can produce any good number. And your vice president actually went to the World Bank to actually pull a number which he's using, and he's misleading people with this number to say we have reduced unemployment. And we are saying that is not true. You have that. Well, since you came, unemployment
we have.
You haven't.
You have not. From 2016, yes, we have. From 2016, Yes.
You inherited the 2017 number.
You can see the numbers over there. You say we've not. Look at from 2016. There's a gap.
Okay. So after 2016, you threw all your policies away because it keeps climbing up. Did you throw your policies away after 2016?
It has not climbed up to the 2016 level. That's what he's trying to say.
See, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. And here's why. Here's why it doesn't have to be. The thing is trending. It's trend. If I'm able to bring it down, it has to take concerted effort for me to bring it down. But when I bring it down to a certain level and you can bring it down no more, you just kept it, you are not having any impact.
No, but it's not kept. It's not kept. And in human life, there's population growth and there's human resource development. No, that is not true. Unemployment has been down since 2016, and the graph shows exactly that.
No, okay, guys.
Oh yeah, look at it that is what you see.
Before you leave it, right? Yeah. You're talking this about percentage points. Have you put in like with the one we're doing in percentage point? You said the nominal, especially when it comes to the debt. You're talking about the nominals. The nominals tells the actual share, not in the percentage of as what we have in here, right? So that's fine now. From 2012 to 2016 to 2017, let's say 2013, January 7th.
I think you're overthinking this thing. I'm just showing you the number your vice president produced.
And because I have to, you know,
we're pulling from 2012 and 20 nominal, all that stuff. This is the data your vice president presented. He pulled it from World Bank to justify him. I mean,
that
to
is
the
why,
eye, he thinks
that's
that
why you are
right
sitting
line.
on
I have to introduce. He thinks all we will see is the red line. I have to introduce the yellow box to show you that under your administration, it looks like all the programs you've done hasn't had a single impact on employment in Ghana. Anyway,
yeah, but that's not true.
Because you have chosen to be propagandist instead of
come
the fact, like you said.
But you know it's not true. You can say that it's not enough, but you cannot say there is no reduction. Even in 2021, you cannot say there is no reduction.
All right, guys, let's listen to the president and let's sum it up. It's 4 hours already. So, guys, it's been amazing. I know, Kojo, this is the first time you've been on the show, but you've heard yourself well. You speak very well. I am glad. You actually made me a talkative today. You made me talk and talk, sir. My mouth is all white. My wife wouldn't give me a kiss today just because of that. So,
put some gel on it, she'll be fine.
I love this show. Paul, I canceled 2 appointments to be here.
I know.
If I don't come, it pays me, Papa.
And our numbers are growing too. So, of course, I really appreciate everything you guys come and help me do on a weekly basis. I need somebody to argue it. It just happened that you're far away, but the next time I see you, I'll make sure I get you the finest club beer while we do this argument. All right, let me pick your last word and then we get out of here. So who wants to go first?
Let me go. Then my boss will follow up. He'll give you the last word. So the fact is that we also enjoy being on the program, and Paul, and then Lifetime, everybody, and my chairman, my boss himself, Ifa, being on the show. So we're here to, first of all, to advance the good of Ghana, right? It's not our individual ambitions or whatever. It's about Ghana, the mother Ghana that we all love and want to be there. We don't want to be staying here. We want to go back, stay in our country, enjoy the lives. When you're moving, you don't look on your shoulders. That's what we want to do. So everything we do here is the betterment of our country. Let's just try to be as objective as we could so that we can advance the good name of Ghana. Like I said, the only government that can help the Ghanaian people to come from all this mess is the NPP government. We are the best. The NDC comes in, NDC don't have businessmen. All they have is some political contractors. Let's build more time. So anything you do in terms of digitization, they want to see more time breaks. Now you will build this building, then you have done something. But the fundamentals is what the government is doing now. We're trying to make sure we have a database of the entire country. So at the end of the day, when any government comes, it will be easy to collect taxes from people. You might not see what we're doing now, but in terms of the next 5-7 years, if we can stay in power for the next 10 years more, which government comes in, they are going to continue whatever we left off, and it's going to better the country, Ghana, that we all love. So thank you very much again, Amuzu, and everybody that listens to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that succinct and patriotic wrap up that you just gave. Thank you. Eva, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I first of all, I always and always will appreciate the opportunity you gave us to come and speak to the world. You know, it is an opportunity because at any point in time, if you feel if it's not helping the program, you take him off. And anytime I come here, I will argue passionately and all that kind of vibe. Yes, I love my country, I love my party, and as much as possible, I want to be an objective. But this is a political show. To the audience, I want to appreciate them for I check the comments, and I'm always happy that, you know, it doesn't become something very boring and stuff like that. It becomes very challenging, so that this is my view, that is your view. You don't like MPP, I don't like NDC, it is perfectly fine. Then we have the middle person that will decide whatever it is that we are doing. Now, today we've looked at speeches from the ex-president, from the president, and then the vice president, and we've shared our views. There may be differences in whatever, and in our understanding of the same thing. That is perfectly fine. I don't claim to know it all. Sometimes I can go wrong, and I admit, and somebody can go wrong, whether they admit or they don't admit. That is up to them. But the bottom line is that we have a country, and I'm going to tell everybody, like we do when we speak in private, Ghana is the country we have. You know, it takes us to build it. And we all must contribute our quota towards making sure we build that country. If you are an NDC, if you are an MPP, if you are whoever, and you think that something is going wrong, something is going on that you don't like it in a particular way, speak your mind. Let us all continue to contribute our quota towards building a country that is good for us. And fortunately for us, Amuzu, Alfred has created a platform for us that we can come here and vent our views, vent our anger, you know, do objective intellectual discussion, and then, you know, take in, learn and stuff like that. Let us always come here and make sure we make this one of the best out there. And me, I come and contribute my part. Sometimes I may be arguing with the host and stuff like that. It is all for love. It is all for the passion that I have for communication. I don't mean to disrespect anybody. Sometimes when I go wrong, forgive me. I'm a human. And when you elect me, I will admit it, and then we're going to take it up from there. And I want to thank everybody that joins us to make this program one of the best. Amuzu, I pray that you always have the strength. You will take care of your family, take care of your health, and come here and give us these platforms so we can speak and make sure that we help our country grow. Thank you for the opportunity, and always appreciate it. God bless you.
All right, thank you. And that is Afa Amayao, the communication director of MPP in the United States here.
Deputy communication director.
So the only thing is, you know, the last couple of weeks I was able to attend the former president's event and record him, but the president was here and I didn't get any invitation to come and tape that. So maybe we should work on that, right? Next time that the MPP is bringing the big wings here, let the Ghana agenda be represented. Fairly.
Oh, sure. Right.
So that we are balanced, because we want to have some material.
Exactly. Sometimes it escapes us. I'll be giving you the updates when they're coming down. I mean, it escapes. It's been escaping me. No hard feelings.
Nothing personal. Okay, good. I thought maybe I'm not doing a good job, so the MPP.
Oh, no. You're doing great. Even though sometimes you punch us so hard, but it's good for us to take the punch because we sit in the seat and we have to take the punches and do things right.
It is good. Today, actually, like I've done everything just to show that, you know, I can be balanced, right? I mean, my MPP callers, but the point really is,
keep it up, man. You keep it up. I'm always going to make time and make sure the program becomes a success. If I can't make it, that's something else. But if I can, I will always show up. But that doesn't mean I'm indispensable. I'm irreplaceable, and somebody can take my position. I always have that in mind. But in the meantime, if I can do my quota, I will be glad to do it. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the audience. We respect you. I respect everyone. I've been watching the chat behind the
I've been checking the comments and stuff like that, and some of them are very punchy. That's how people feel.
Right.
But I always like it that we challenge people to say this and that, and then we go and we take it up from there.
Correct.
We wish well for everybody, and we pray that our leaders are going to give us what we want, and then at the end of the day, we all can be happy and do, like appreciate what our leaders do for us. Thank you.
Yeah, if I have to steal this from you, actually, you are the one who always says that you don't know it all, and sometimes you make mistakes, and
yes.
When you do. That is fair for people to correct you, that through comments or any of the panelists can actually point to you where you may have said something that is inaccurate, and that goes with me too. So I'm actually still in that line, and I'll be using it. So if I use it, don't say I'm plagiarizing you unnecessarily.
Oh no.
Okay. All right, guys, it's been great for doing this show today. I really appreciate you for coming. Again, you've actually listened to Afa Mayor of the MPP, Kojo DC of also MPP, Paul Disoso of NDC, and Lifetime Legacy, whose real name, as we've discovered, is Apollonie Gasto. We are saying that so when it goes to the airport, the IGP knows exactly.
So he can be in prison there.
Yes, so when he goes to the airport, the IGP will not mistake me for him. It's him.
He should let me know so that I'll let the national security.
Exactly, because we all using our names, right? We don't want him to hide behind any pseudonyms and not be picked up when I'm picked up. So it has to be fair. All right, so this has been the show. I've enjoyed it. We've listened to the former president, we listened to the current vice president, and we had a lot of contentious discussions here today. Please take it from us, analyze it, digest it. If you think there are anything or things we said that are not accurate, please by all means provide comments or feedback back to us. We enjoy your presence every week and the support you provide to us. Again, my name is Alfred Amuzu. We are going to end on the president's speech again with BBC, where he said the Peter asked him a very provocative question, and he's saying that if he really wants to know the reality, he should come back next year when the numbers change so they can talk. So let's take that out. I love it when he actually does that. He's like, he's a gentleman. He's like, if you're not asking me all these provocative questions, so let's listen to that and end on that note. Afa, thanks for coming, bro.
Absolutely, thank you.
When you hear all these stories, Mr. President, I mean, Ghana was one of the rising stars of the economic recovery of Africa, so to speak. But when you hear about all these issues with the economy now, what exactly went wrong?
I think it's gone wrong. We're part of those who have been very badly affected by what has gone on in the last 2 years. Until 2020, since I came into office, 2017, 2018, 2019, the beginning of 2020, we were growing our economy at about 7%, the GDP growth rate. One of the fastest growing economies in the world was the Ghanaian economy. Even in the crunch year of 2020, when the economies of the world dived, Ghana, we still managed a positive rate of growth because the fundamentals of our economy are strong. But it has been a difficult task for all the economies of the world. I think it is important that when you're making the kind of provocative statements that you're making, that you situate yourself, you speak as if you're living in the same time as you and I, where the world economy as a whole has gone through very difficult times. And there are several things that we're doing, which is in the line of being able to pick up our economy again. I have no doubt that next year, if you were to come and speak to me like you're doing today, we will have a different set of facts for us to look at.
Thanks for joining me. And a quick question for you is, what message did you take from today's presentation?
Yeah, today the most important thing that I heard is about supporting the party financially, and then also adapting constituency. Even though we've done it in the past, there's a need for us to continue to do so now, because we're going into a critical moment of 2024. Party's organization is done by money, and you can't do party organization without money. So there's the need, all of us to come collectively to raise funds to support the party, and especially those of us in diaspora. It's really incumbent upon us to do so, because we are supposed to be the backbone of the party. So if the party needs help, because we are in opposition, the finances will come from each and every one of us, because it's a do or die affairs. And if do or die, we need to support the grassroots. As we cannot be there, we can send our resources to support. And when the time comes, we also have to find time to also go on the ground and for the people to listen to us and to know that it's really good that we support our party. Because in 2024, no matter what, do or die, we are coming live and colored.
All right.
Because we are tired.
We need money to support the party, and we need people who can go to be able to go in 2024 to help with collation, with monitoring the poll, etc., etc. All right, so that's the show for today. Again, my name is Alfred Amuzu. Thanks for watching. If it is Saturday, you know it's the Ghana Agenda. We would be back with some of the most critical issues impacting our country for discussion. Please make a date and tell a friend to tell a friend. Again, my name is Alfred Amuzu. Have a good rest of your week. Bye.